Alrighty. Good evening, everyone. We're back with the end of Halloween on another special Go to Bed cast. As usual, this is tradition for every year. On my last night, I spend several hours reading these streams. So I advise you to get a drink, which I'm going to do in a sec. Get yourself relaxed. Maybe play a game while you're listening to this, because we're going to be in for a long haul. Could also get snug in your bed and be comfortable that way, but once more, we are just getting started. It is so nice to see all of you in chat. And as with tradition, we're going to start off with a fan favorite, Ghost Puncher. That's very good fire. You're going to hopefully enjoy this. Now, let's get started after I get a quick sip. Now, Ghost Puncher. Don't know if this goes in fit or X. Whatevs. Here's the story. It's fucking long, but bear with me. Fred, not in the story, tells us about a place to get palm readings. Lifting Buddy and I go get palms read. Show up to this shady ass place at 10 in the morning wearing nothing but workout gear. Ghost bitches already miring. Stereotypical scraggly gypsy woman shakes our hands and seats us at a table with a crystal ball. Asks who wants to go first. Hispanic heritage kicks in, and I nope the fuck out last minute. Friend chads up to the plate. Woman grabs his hand. He flexes slightly. Woman goes from smiling to horrified. Start grabbing and studying his hand like a last will. Feeling weird, man. Tells my friend he's got something following him. Ask him if he did any Ouija voodoo bullshit. Says he smashed a hole in the wall when he was drunk lifting at home. Says there was some type of decorative skull behind it that he now uses as a decoration in his bedroom. Gypsy lets us leave without paying. At the gym 30 minutes later, spotting friend while he benches. Some newbie dumbass is curling next to us. No joke, 6 inches away from us. Dude slips up and swings a 20 he's holding at friend's head. Throws the bar up and ducks just in time. Almost impale myself trying to catch the bar. Newbie apologizing while friend gets back up, and I'm shitting myself. Tell friend he should go home. Friend looks unfazed and wants to continue. Leave to Abuela's sister's house to get some stage and silver. Go back to gym and give it to a friend. Next day, friend looks happier than normal. Tells me some shit went down at his house. Says the power was dead even though his bills were paid and the rest of the neighborhood had power. Heard rattling of silverware. Uses flashlight app to see. Saw a silhouette of someone crawl under the kitchen counter. Nothing under the counter, not even shelves. Friend doesn't believe the Ouija bullshit and believes it's an intruder or an animal. Friend grabs his pull-up bar and gets ready for sweet fit justice. Yells obscenities while patrolling his house. Says he sees what looks like a small humanoid crouched in his weight room. Gives 0 fucks and tosses the pull-up bar at the window. Shatters like a lanklet, kneecaps squatting. Thing no word in sight. Friend then starts to consider Ouija shit. Calls the other friend for advice. Our lifting group has some odd characters. Johnny answers and tells him to burn the sage and carry the silver. Says he'll be by with some holy water. Drops it off. I'll call my grandmother tomorrow to help. She's one of the medium people. Friend sits down on his couch while this house smells like old. Watches American Dad. Looks at the sage. Dried up and out. Goes to his pocket for the silver. Fucking melted. Instead of warm, it was cold. Starts to see something dark back and forth across the room. TV goes off and static comes on. Says high-pitched screeching fills the house. Friend gets mildly annoyed. Walks over to the weight room and smashes the skull against the wall in one fluid motion. Like imagine walking into a room, tipping over a vase, then going back to doing whatever you're doing. He did that, except he threw a skull against the wall. Says house shook, screaming got higher and then stopped. Lights go off again. Hears numerous footsteps getting closer to him. Tells me he's mildly freaked out at this point. I'm very concerned that he said mildly. Says he doused himself in holy water and started swinging as hard as he could into the darkness. Only hears the wind breaking on his fists. Says he heard the footsteps getting further away from him. Screams, "Nuh-uh!" and starts running around his house swinging in the darkness. Fucks up his living room in the process. Tells me he swears he's made contact with something fleshy a few times. Doesn't remember falling asleep. Wakes up, goes to the gym, and tells me this the next day. Fred goes outside to make frequent calls throughout his routines. Ask him if he's trying to get in touch with the priest. Tells me he's calling his home phone and leaving angry messages for the ghosts. Says he would buy a snake just to flatten it out with a rolling pin until it dies. Friend goes home again. Fast forward a few days. Looks completely normal. Asks Johnny if lifting buddy was alright. Tells me it's disturbing how well he's handling the situation. Says he went to lifting buddy's house to check up on the sitch. Feels a presence but it feels scared. Lifting buddy walks out of the bathroom naked, wiping his ass with an Ouija board towel. Throws in on the floor and kicks it into the living room. Pours more holy water on it and then takes it outside to burn it. Asks friend if he's hungry. Sure. Says he pulls out an opened Ouija board he bought at Spencer's and uses it as a fucking cutting board. Says he repeatedly stabbed the cutting board or the cutting knife into the board when he was not using it. Breaks the board in half when he's done chopping up tomatoes and throws it in the trash. Washes his hands, then pisses in the trash can. Even I think this is disrespecting the spirits too much. They both eat grilled chicken salad, then Johnny leaves. Says on the way out, lifting buddy goes into the living room and puts another crucifix on the wall. I'm putting Jesus on the wall and I'll be back to fucking masturbate on my bench press while thinking about Lucifer's whore daughter. Punches a hole in the wall before leaving. Johnny calls his abuela that night. Abuela goes to lifting buddy's house with the priest the next day. Says her abuela and priest were also amazed and disturbed with how lifting buddy is fighting the situation. Priest actually cowered and admired lifting buddy pissing naked on the satanic Bible he bought from some shady bookstore. Tells priest he walks around naked a lot lately and talks shit about Satan. Priest leaves before cleansing. Abuela stays to do her medium thing. Tries to contact the spirits. Says it was a group of entities that were very pissed that their shrine was disturbed. Tells her that they have no power since lifting buddy isn't remotely scared of anything they've done. Lifting buddy walks back into the weight room with a dead snake. Abuela says the entities scattered like roaches. Check out what I found on the street this morning. He takes a bite out of an apple. A fucking dead snake. Throws the snake on the floor. Puts holy water and salt on it. kicks it into the carpet a few times before peeling it off and throwing it into the trash can in the kitchen. Abuela is what the fucking at this man's mental strength or ignorance. Tries to contact the spirits again. They keep running from her. Finally talks to one. Says they are scared of Lifting Buddy. Ghosts are scared of my bulky friend. Abuela says that could make them pass on, or asks them what could make them pass on. Says they did black magic to get revenge on some asshole landlord from way back when. Says they had incriminating shit on to shame him and his family within the walls with the skull. Abuela tells Lifting Buddy what he needs to do. Lifting Buddy goes into the weight room. Makes a hole in the wall bigger by throwing a 15-pound weight through the wall. Finds a folder with records of some sort. I'm not lying about any of this, I swear, and especially the next part. Lifting Buddy flips through the papers, then wipes his balls with it. Abuela is horrified, crumples them up and throws them onto the counter or into the corner of the room. Tells spirits to piss off, then punches another hole in the wall. Total of 13 holes at this point. Abuela says, "May God have mercy," in Spanish, then leaves. Goes back to Lifting Buddy's house a month later. Immediately goes to weight room. More holes than wall. Destroyed as fuck. But like Halo descending from the heavens, the bench press and squatting rack are still there. Tries to contact spirits. Nothing. Smiles and asks my friend what he did. Again, not lying about any of this. Tells Abuela he uncrumpled the papers and got the address of this bastard. Papers were only from 60 years ago, so the guy was still alive, just as old as dust. Finds the address of the guy in some sort of mansion. Knocks on the door, wearing a Get Swole shirt. Wearing a Get Swole You Must Star Wars Yoda tank top. Board shorts, pink sunglasses, and a backwards Chicago Bull snapback. Johnny said Lifting Buddy went into a lot of detail about his wardrobe for this. Some scrawny white guy in his mid-30s opens the door. Lifting Buddy holds out the papers and asks for the person in the paper's name. "Hey Dad, someone's here to see you. He has documents." Lifting Buddy just lets himself in and finds the old man in his study. "Who are you?" Notices the papers. "Where did you get that?" Old man tries to grab the papers. Lifting Buddy punches the old man in the face. Dentures fly out. Says it was like some shit out of a movie. Crouches in his face and sets the old man straight Sherlock Holmes style. Guy's son runs in and jumps on Lifting Buddy's back. Lifting Buddy stops mid-sentence, lets the guy down, then gut punches him until he hobbles out of the room and pukes in the hallway. Tells the old man to get shit right or he will be back for blood. Then leaves. Fast forward a couple of days, various cars outside of Lifting Buddy's house. Thinks the old man brought some friends and grabs his pull-up bar. Walks outside in his tank top and house shorts. Various families are thanking him and giving him some home-cooked foods. Thank him for getting their grandparents' properties back. The documents were apparently deeds swindled by the old man. Families say the whole "we'll never forget you" spiel and leave. Friend looks into the Tupperware. Nothing but calories and carbs, cookies, briskets, gumbo. Throws it all away and goes back to lifting weight room. Lifting in his weight room. See old man's name in the news a few days later. Apparently he was hated by the community for being a dick. Somehow only heard about him now. News doesn't disclose how he died. Don't know if it was from Lifting Buddies doing more damage than he thought, the ghosts getting revenge, or natural causes. Hasn't had any paranormal problems since then except for one. Says he went to the kitchen for a late night non-cheating snack and saw full body apparitions. They smiled at him. Says he grabbed an apple, head nodded, took a bite, walked back to his bedroom. He stops halfway and turns around. "Holy fuck, you guys were real?" The spirits fade while smiling. Lifting Buddy goes to sleep. Lifty Buddy still lifts and does inane shit like he always does. No one fucks with him since the Ghost Puncher incident. Abuela admires every time she's around him. And I think the priest told his priest buddies / church because everyone admires and cowers in his grace twice as hard when they are around him. Again, none of this was made up. No walk the dinosaur trend shit. My friend legitimately beat up a bunch of ghosts. And that's the end of that one. Looking at chat. Secret Sim sounds mysterious. Want to wipe my ass with a Ouija board towel? Same. Applauds. Thank you. Once again, that's the start of our yearly tradition. Now then. I lost my bookmarks because, of course I did. It won't be one of my streams unless something goes wrong. So, I'm gonna bring it back up. We'll also be stopping every hour for 15 minutes. But should be able to get something up on the quick. All right, let's try if the web page loads. Oh boy. I might actually have to abandon the good old iPad after so many years of use. This is literally all I use it for anymore, is for the Halloween story time. Yep, just not loading. Or it's just white text. Well, looks like the iPad is done. That's fine. Alrighty. We're going to do Buried in Hanging Hills. Estimated time is 33 minutes. When Jade was only 12 years old, her father came home one afternoon with his arms and legs covered in claw marks. Jade felt confused and excited about his appearance. While she didn't like seeing her dad hurt, she was worried if he finally bought her the cat or dog she wanted. He wasn't good with animals, and she figured it must have attacked him on the card ride home. To Jade's dismay, he didn't bear hug her or call her his little troll, a nickname he gave her for the vibrantly colored hair extensions she always wore. He hurried into the bathroom and shut the door. Second time, this isn't good at all, she heard him say through the door. I have to. The rest of his words were muffled and eventually drowned out by the sound of lasting water from the shower. He had been acting strange for the past few weeks. This instance proved no exception. She wasn't particularly bothered by the late nights, as he spent at the office or the number of business trips he took on to some faraway state. When he asked her to stop calling her dad one day and to call him Frank, she knew something was seriously wrong. She loved calling Frank dad, but Frank Butler insisted she was old enough. For a long time, Jade thought this had something to do with the divorce, but now she wasn't sure at all. When a few minutes lapsed into an hour, Jade decided to call her friend Sasha about going to Hubbard Park, which was right around the street from Frank's house. Jade wasn't supposed to use the house phone without permission, but she counted on him being in the bathroom for a while and had a few hours until her mom would stop by. She cautiously dialed Sasha's number, listened for any changes in sound from the bathroom. Hey, Sash. What's up, Jetty Bean? Oh God, that commercial is so old. Want to go to Hubbard? I guess. I thought you were with what's he want to call you again? Frank. He's so weird. He covered wars, you know. Ugh, so weird. Sasha repeated, laughing. Yeah, I'll go. I got to go to the drama club at 4, though. See ya soon. Okay, see ya. Jade left a note on the kitchen counter about her whereabouts and headed into the garage to grab her bike. As she stepped onto the concrete floor, she was surprised to find the interior vacant, except for her blue trike bike and a lone tool shelf. Before the divorce, the garage was full of sports equipment, gardening tools, and an extra fridge stocked with sports-themed beverages for when Frank coached her soccer team. Now, not only was the garage devoid of those remnants of her old life, but it was incredibly clean. Jade thought it was suspiciously clean. She figured he was in one of those moods again when she heard him shout, "This is disgusting!" Whether it was due to work or another argument with her mom, she didn't want to know. She knew he couldn't keep his promise about a new cat or dog. Frank was full of broken promises, anger, and nothing more. She didn't even care how he got the claw marks anymore. All Jade knew as she rode off toward the park was that she barely recognized her dad or the house she once called home. Thankfully, Sasha breathed life into her otherwise disappointing day. She smiled as she pulled into the park and saw Sasha on her purple mountain bike as she fixed her braids. Jade thought about how lucky Sasha was to have an actual blue streaks. Like hair dye? Okay. Clip extensions were the only hair alterations Frank approved of. One moment. He used to never care about hair or clothes, but now always had something to say when she stopped by. Jade's mom was worried about her becoming a proper lady. She didn't believe this at all. Jellybean, you look like hell. Gee, thanks, Sash. Chillax, I'm just saying. What? Wait, did your dad? I don't want to talk about him. Want to go to Castle Craig? Sasha enthusiastically nodded as they rode to the trail, which was located on top of the hill in a gravel parking lot. The girls would often go to Castle Craig when the weather was nice or when they needed to clear their minds. They loved the hike because it crossed a pedestrian bridge over the busy freeway, which was fun to look down on, and the views from the castle, or from the stone castle, as well as the Trap Rock Mountain Ridge were magnificent. From those heights, the girls could see all of Meriden, which the girls loved but made them a little sad as they would both be moving in a matter of months. Jade was beginning to wonder, however, if she'd be better off living farther away from the man she used to call Dad. Did you hear about the 2 girls that disappeared last month?" Sasha asked as they locked their bikes to the trailhead fence. "They were from Kensington, I think. They went to Hubbard and it never came home." Jade scrunched her nose, grabbing a long stick to hike with. "I thought it was just a rumor." "Are you kidding? It was all over the news last month." "I don't really watch the news." "Doesn't it worry you?" "Why would it?" "Your mom is talking about moving there, so are my parents. It's pretty crazy. I heard girls from Kensington disappear all the time." "Sure, Sash," Jade said, still failing to see her friend's point. For now, they lived in Meriden. It would make more sense to be worried now. This logic evaded Sasha, however, as she was more inclined to rumors than logic. As they passed a few hikers and headed onto the pedestrian bridge, Jade couldn't help but feel annoyed by Sasha's stories of missing Kensington girls. Jade felt a bit scared about crossing the bridge, even though this was completely enclosed by metal fencing. "I'm serious, Jetty Bean. My older cousin told me that sometime in the 90s, 3 girls in her class went up there after graduation and they never came back." "Your cousin Elia, who does tarot and is a psychic?" "What's wrong with tarot?" "Nothing, forget it. Hey, there's a dog at the end of the bridge. What's it doing there?" "Am I crazy? Or is it glowing?" At the end of the pedestrian bridge stood a small, vaguely spaniel-like, short-haired black dog. They couldn't really see its face, as it was sniffing something at the ground. For some reason, as it panted, the dog looked quite blurry. Jade rubbed her eyes, thinking it was her contacts, but the blurriness remained. Something wasn't right about the dog. As they walked over the bridge, in caution, it still seemed blurry and wouldn't look up at them. The dog wasn't fazed by the girls' loud footsteps or the booming traffic below. Jade could almost see the glow Sasha mentioned, a small layer of fog circulating its body. Are you seeing what I am?" "Don't move." Jade struck her arm out as the dog finally looked up. Its eyes were deep brown and strangely sad. The dog opened its mouth to bark. No sound came out. "I don't like this. Let's get out of here." "Jesus Christ, Sash!" Wait, Jesus Christ, Sash! Despite Jade's inhibitions, Sasha continued her over the bridge. Jade suddenly felt dizzy, unsure if she should be looking at the road below or the strange dog that made no sound when it barked. "Don't touch it!" "It might be lost," Sasha said, several paces ahead. Reluctantly, Jade sprinted to the edge of the bridge. As they both stepped before the strange black dog, the layer of fog disappeared. It still seemed kind of blurry though, and its eyes looked even sadder than before. Even though it was still panting as Sasha stroked its back, maybe Jade needed new contacts. "This seems weird. Does it seem kind of blurry to you?" Sasha paused and thought for a moment. "Yeah, and cold. Feel this." Sasha forced Jade's hand onto the dog's back. It seemed really cold at it, as if it had just stepped out of a walk-in freezer. She couldn't make sense of the blurriness either. The dog was sitting right in front of them. She remembered the Photoshop program she used in the computer class and how her teacher taught her how to blur objects. None of this made sense. Images could blur, not real-life animals. Whether it was the dog's sad brown eyes, its thin black fur, or its short wagging tail, it didn't seem like a complete animal. This makes no sense. Jade took her hand off the dog, looking at Sasha's still excited expression. Let's go out. Let's get out of here and continue up the top. Maybe its owner is nearby. I don't know. We can't live it! I guess you're right. Jade and Sasha took a few steps off the bridge and onto the trail. Even though Sasha happily petted the dog, Jade didn't want to be anywhere near it. The more she looked away, however, the dizzier she felt. When Sasha glanced up from the dog, she said something Jade couldn't hear. Her words were muffled, almost distorted. She felt increasingly lightheaded and weak. Falling backward down a leaf-covered dirt hill, as Jade rolled over a few jagged rocks, she began to panic. She felt too weak to move her body and break the fall. She braced herself as she rolled, just feet away from the oncoming traffic. Before she reached the pavement, two rugged hands grabbed her, and everything faded to black. Jade opened her eyes to meet two arid blue ones. She recognized the thick blonde hair, the plaid shirt, and smelt like menthols. It was Frank, and next to him, Sasha, with a face drenched in tears. What was he doing here? It took only a few moments for Sasha to realize she was back on the pedestrian bridge, laying on Frank's nylon backpack, her entire body draped in aching sores. Are you okay, sweetheart? Yeah, what are you doing here? Oh my god, Jady Bean! Sasha threw her arms around her and squeezed tightly. Jade groaned. Sasha apologized, profusely apologized. I'm so sorry. It's just that it was so scary. Are you sure you're okay? Yeah. Frank, what are you doing here? He laughed, which she found quite odd given the circumstances. Despite taking a shower, his long beard and scruffy hair seemed dirty. There were also more marks on his face. It's quite a coincidence, actually. I was headed to the hardware store and pulled to the side of the road because I blew a tire. Heard a loud noise coming down the hill, and there was my little troll. Frank hugged her tightly. Jade embraced him as he sounded like he was ready to sob. Honey, you have to be careful when you hike. You know this. We tried, Jade said weakly. But we saw this little black dog, and I felt really dizzy and... Sorry, Dad. Yeah, it was really cute, but weird looking, Sasha chimed in. Frank's expression grew stern as he raised his hand to stop them. Did it see you? They nodded simultaneously. Frank exhaled deeply, wiping the dirt off his face. This is going to sound crazy, girls, but you just have to, trust me. That was no normal dog. Some say a little black dog haunts these hills. What? Like a ghost? Sasha blurted out. Something like that. Dad, Frank, I thought you didn't believe in those things. I usually don't, but this one's different. Years ago, when their great-grandfather was a little kid, there were two geologists who fell to their deaths after seeing it. It's documented and everything. Who documented it? The geologist died. Grandpa Lou swore about it till his death, and he never spoke of anything spooky but that. He said if you see it once for luck, twice for sorrow, and 3 times for death. None of this makes sense, Jade moaned. I thought you didn't believe in that stuff either. And she didn't have much luck. Have you seen a dog like this before? Jade studied Frank's expression for a moment to be sure that he was serious. They barely had any deep conversation since the divorce. But all of a sudden, he was launching into this weird folktale. Oddly enough, what he said made sense. A memory deep within Jade unlocked. One from years ago, when she was lost in Hubbard Park. She was no more than 4 years old. She felt scared until she saw a small black dog standing by a tree. It stayed there until her parents found her. Why had she forgotten? Then again, she had forgotten a lot over the years. Yeah, I think so. You must never go back, her father said sternly. You were lucky this time. Unlike the first time Jade saw the black dog, the second time it stayed with her for years. An encounter strange and horrifying enough for her to never return to Hubbard Park. Sasha thought Frank was going crazy after the divorce, and that his belief was a product of his insanity, along with wanting to be called by his first name. Jade wasn't sure at all. She never developed a belief in the supernatural other than this instance. Sasha became even more skeptical over the years after dating a guy named Jordan, who believed in everything paranormal. At one point, Jade dated Jordan's friend Miguel. He was equally a believer of somehow more rational. Whenever the three of them mentioned the black dog incident and their varying beliefs, Jade shut them down. After her 27th birthday, it became easier to shut everyone out. She broke up with Miguel and moved into a dilapidated house in Winstead with Colt, her slightly effeminate college roommate. He hated talking about anything even remotely scary and never brought up Jade's past, so their living arrangement worked perfectly. Still, she couldn't shake some of the things from her childhood. She felt uncomfortable seeing someone walk a run-of-the-mill black dog around. She still felt uncomfortable calling her dad Frank, even though he became less of a dad over the years. When Colt told Jade she should try therapy one night, she agreed, to his surprise. "So that's a yes? You're agreeing with me for once?" Colt said, as they stared into the glow of an autumn bonfire. "I thought you said therapy was stupid." "I never said that." Jade slightly nudged him. "Besides, maybe I was stupid for doubting you." "Really?" "Yeah, I mean, it hasn't always been easy." Colt smiled and they leaned into the fire, admiring the glowing embers of a brisk September night. It almost made Jade forget her ex-boyfriend and financial troubles. Something deeper troubled her, though. It had been 15 years since her encounter with the black dog, and her even creepier encounter with her dad on the side of the road. In those years, he never warned her about the black dog again. She figured it was just a story to keep her out of trouble. She thought about the incident around this time of the year, and it would usually fade with the autumn leaves. This year it didn't, though. Just as soon as she was about to forget again, she learned that the story Sasha told around the same time of the missing Kensington girls was more than just a story. What are you reading about on your phone so intently?" "Sorry." Jade looked up to Colt, who was roasting a marshmallow on a stick. "I'm reading about those girls from Kensington who disappeared in the 90s. "I thought that was just a rumor." "Apparently not. Here's the weird thing. I'm reading this breaking news article, and apparently there's two girls from Kensington who have disappeared around the park again. Chloe Peters and Alexa." "Oh no." "What?" Jade read the name a few times to make sure she had the name right. "Can't be. He didn't." "For Christ's sake, Jade," he said, getting up to peer over his shoulder. "Is that Miguel's?" "Alexa Boyd." "Yes, as in Alexa Boyd, Miguel's cousin." Jade's... I'm sorry, that was just a weird sentence. Jade stood up frantically and checked the name for a third time. "Yeah, that's his cousin. I didn't get it. Oh, never mind. Word came earlier this morning. How could I not notice?" "I didn't get..." "Oh, shit." Colt checked his phone as well and scrolled through the messages. "I didn't see it either, but the alert came earlier today. Chloe Peters and Alexa Boyd, two 12-year-old girls from Kensington, Connecticut, disappeared around Hubbard Park on Thursday morning. That was a little bit over 24 hours ago. Fuck. Jade ran her hands through her hair and started shaking. How could he not tell me? You've been broken up for over a month. Why would he? You don't understand, Colt. I knew his family. I loved them. Have you talked to him in a month? No, not really. What do we do? Colt sat back down on his lawn chair and Jade frantically scrolled through the article for a fourth time just to make sure. What can we do? I'm just going to text him. Don't, please. I have to. I knew Alexa. I loved her. Oh. Alright, I mixed up the voices. What can we do? No. It's just weird structuring. I have to reread this. Like, it's like they swapped up everything. What can we do? I'm going to text him. Don't, please. I have to know. I knew Alexa. I loved her. She was like a little sister. Well, like, not literally, but still. Colt, what should we do? Millennial writing right there. Colt stared deeper into the fire as Jade paced back and forth, contemplating whether he or not she should text Miguel. When she finally couldn't stand it anymore, Jade stopped looking at Colt and started texting Miguel. She wasn't sure which line of text she wanted to choose and kept erasing her responses. Finally, Colt snatched Jade's phone from her, choosing, I heard about Alexa. What can I do to help? Oh my god, why, Colt? You were taking forever. Now we wait. Colt held onto her phone. As Jade extended a hand, Colt shook her head. Don't even. Someone with a clear head needs to do this. I didn't even want you talking to him to begin with. Okay, princess, Jade said, sitting back on her lawn chair. Have it your way. Miguel didn't respond, and the longer he didn't respond, the more nervous Jade became. Even when they were in the worst of fights, he would tell Jade everything. After they break up, it was just radio silence. At that point, she couldn't even remember why they broke up. Just the pain that lingered in his absence. Even worse, she imagined Miguel staying up late, crying in his New Haven apartment over Alexa's disappearance. Miguel was teaching her karate in a nearby studio in Meriden. A part-time gig he picked up to pay the bills. He was also helping her through her parents' divorce. Jade was just beginning to know Alexa really well when their relationship ended abruptly. I want to go there, Colt, she said, almost in tears, as they were putting out the fire. I just want to get in my car and drive there. He shouldn't be alone through this. Jade, I know you still. How do I put this? It's 10 at night, and you haven't spoken to each other in a month? I don't care how late it is. He shouldn't be alone through this. I don't care what happens to us right now. Alexa means everything to him, and God knows he's still... She couldn't finish the sentence without the teardrop trickling down her cheek. She stopped herself and stormed inside the house, headed into the living room, and turned on the small, boxy television they had kept since their college years. The reception was super glitchy. After nervously slamming the remote into her palm, she flipped through several channels before stumbling upon the 10 o'clock news. She waited anxiously as a female reporter brought up their featured story. A tragedy in Meriden, Connecticut, Anne Naveen proclaimed, locking eyes with the camera. Her well-dressed co-anchor, Dan Patricks, really, do we need to know their names? Looked on stoically as the footage of police and search and rescue team patrolling Hubbard Park rolled across the screen. 12-year-old Kensington girls Chloe Peters and Alexa Boyd disappeared on the way to Hubbard Park Thursday morning. An Amber Alert has been issued, and police and locals have engaged in non-stop search for the two girls. Jade and Colt looked on helplessly as an anchor interviewed an older couple in the park. The text on the bottom of the screen made her stomach churn. The search for missing girls, Kensington girls, underway. While the couple admitted that they hadn't seen the two little girls, they confessed to spotting a strange man in the woods on their way up to the Castle Craig. My husband and I were walking up around. What was it, honey? 6? The older man nodded. We didn't see the girls, but we did see something strange. There was a tall man in the woods. I don't know what he was doing there. He was, let's see, maybe 6 feet? Long blonde hair? Some kind of baseball hat with a bird on it. It smelled like menthols, like my Morty used to smoke. He waved at us and walked away. It was so strange. I don't know what he was doing there. An aggressive headache overwhelmed James' senses. As the reporter continued on about police cautioning the public that there were no suspects yet to keep a watchful eye, the woman's description of the blonde beard and stench of menthols took Jade instantly back to her childhood. Even Colt, who only met Frank once during college, gave Jade a look. The woman gave a universal description. She saw my dad, Frank. I was about to say, what the hell was he doing in the woods? Maybe he was looking for something? The timing just seems weird. Frank's a weird guy. With those words, the conversation faded into silence. As the news changed to one about local sports team changing its name, anxiously gripping her phone in her palm, Jade imagined Frank in the woods, smiling a yellow, decomposed smile. That awful smile crept underneath her skin and kept her awake at some nights, especially when she remembered the weird ways he came home. After a long day at work, he often said he was going to the hills, especially if he was frustrated. Sometimes he came home many hours later, covered in dirt or bruised, claiming he took a bad fall. She accepted this because once or twice she realized the trail wasn't that long or dangerous. This is going a lot longer. What the fuck? It keeps going. And a lot of it's just useless dialogue. Yeah, gang, I'm actually going to cut this one short. There is no tension in this. It's overly verbose in places, and the structuring gets very weird. Like, it'll have like one character talking a paragraph, then have the break to have them talk again, but it's actually the same character. And it's describing things we don't need, like the whole karate teaching thing and like the anchors' names. It's all filler. I love when these slop stories have characters named shit like Jade or Colt. Real salt of the earth of those names. Yes. Hey, be kind. That was my first creepypasta. I turned it in for B in a literature class. Fuck you. There was no normal dog. There was a dog with a butter on it, I guess. It's like this guy's never raised. Okay. Got those. Weebs in chat. We got Gord. Got Black. We got the explosion duo. But it's already an hour in. So we're going to take a quick 15-minute break, and we'll be back with another story. 10 to 15-minute break, depending. I muted the wrong audio. Alrighty. I am back. I've got a sandwich in me now, and I found a story that I was looking for last year but didn't manage to. This is The Showers. It's one of the all-time classics. So, it's still got a lot of needless bullshit in there, but at least it isn't bad. It's not as bad as that. Alrighty. The Showers. Showers gamers are already terrified. Just in time for the story times. Indeed, welcome Generok. And yes, the worst fear of any professional Smash player. A shower. Alrighty. Every area in all parts of the world has those area-specific urban legends that just refuse to die. Whether the stories are about haunted asylum on the outskirts of the city, a creature that lives in the nearby woods, or a ghost that haunts a lonely stretch of road outside of town, there is always a common thread within these tales. No one has ever been to these places, seen the creatures, or witnessed any hauntings with their own eyes. There are only members of every generation, there are members of every generation who will proclaim that they know someone whose brother's best friend's sister went to that haunted house with 14 floors that used real blood and snakes and spiders and is so scary that no one has ever made it all the way through. Those same people will swear by these stories without ever being able to provide a shred of evidence or a name of someone who could provide proof of the claims, simply because everyone around here knows that it's a true story. The storytellers eventually pass the tales onto their children, who modify them just enough to keep up with changing times, and the cycle continues. I'm as skeptical as anyone who, or I'm as skeptical as anyone when it comes to these stories. Seeing as I was like a junkie when I was younger, constantly searching for more terrifying stories about whatever area of the country I was living in at the time. I made up and spread stories about haunted pizza parlors in New York, my cousin's encounter with the Jersey Devil, or how my grandfather encountered a feral human-like demon creature in the woods of Colorado. I even broke the one rule with these stories by putting myself in them. This took guts in hindsight, because I had to make sure I always told them the same way. Surprisingly, no one ever called my bluff. I like to think that I have had some wonderful contributions to various urban legends around the Midwest and northern eastern states. I moved around a lot. There was always a surge of joy whenever I would wander the halls at school and hear one of my classmates retelling my stories to another one of their friends, adding little bits here and there like a massive game of telephone. I knew, of course, that stories were complete fiction, but I stood my ground whenever someone asked me about them. I would even manage to act a little bit, speaking with a shaky voice or looking scared when I would recount a situation that I supposedly experienced myself. I suppose this aspect of my childhood has led to my current predicament, which I will recount in full for the internet to take from what they will. I have laid this little introduction out as sort of a disclaimer, aimed particularly at those who will call my story into question. I have been like the boy who cried wolf for years, but I assure you with every ounce of honesty and integrity that I have at this time, the wolf is real. From my introduction, it is probably apparent that I moved around the country quite a bit in my middle and high school years. Neither of my parents had anything to do with any branch of the armed forces. They simply didn't tend to hang around any given place for too long. I suppose it had some sort of effect on me, but I wasn't hurt by it or anything of the sort. Growing up, I was a complete ham. I made friends very easily, was often the class clown, and because of that, was often disliked by my teachers. Again, this was never an issue, as I was usually in another state by the time the next semester rolled around. Friendships were often fleeting, as were any positive relationships that I ever had with my teachers. Because of the events that followed, my memory of one teacher in particular is probably slightly skewed, but I will attempt to give the least biased version of our friendship I can. Mr. Mays, hi, Billy Mays here, was one of the social studies teachers in the early years of my high school experience. Being older now, I can understand how horrible children are to deal with around that age, and I respect him to no ends for the way that he was able to connect with his students. He seemed like one of us. He talked like us. He made pop culture references that were current, listened to cool music, and sometimes he would say hell or damn while he was giving a passionate lecture about Native American history or something like that. A teacher that swore, even a little bit, was the epitome of cool for a freshman in high school. My memories of Mr. Mays mostly stem from the way that he really got into anything that he was doing. The instance that is still very vivid in my mind, of course, around Halloween of my sophomore year, Mr. Mays had the typical teacher decorations around the classroom, smiling jack-o'-lanterns, a black cat cartoons, typical and boring in the minds of egotistic high school students. However, on the 31st, when most of the other teachers were rolling their eyes at the fact that teenagers still took dressing up in costumes on Halloween seriously, Mr. Mays took the whole cool teacher thing to a new level. We walked into the classroom and were surprised to find the blinds drawn, sheets over the smaller windows, candles lighting the room, and a single frowning jack-o'-lantern sitting on a stool in the front of the desks. Mr. Mays sat sat at his desk, just watching the students come into class and take their seats. He didn't have to ask anyone to be quiet because the moment everyone walked into the room, they were either too excited to care about petty conversations or too confused to bother him with them. The students took their seats as Mr. Mays began his lecture. He spoke quietly to set the mood and took a seat on a chair right next to the jack-o'-lantern in the center of the classroom. "Today is probably my favorite day of the year," he said in a monotonous voice. "Halloween is my favorite holiday, and I want to share with you exactly why I love it so much." One girl raised her hand with a concerned look on her face. "I'm pushing the due date for your papers to next Tuesday," said Mr. Mays, without bothering to look at the girl, who slowly put her hand down, looking around at the other students with a hint of embarrassment. The class erupted into quiet cheers, and Mr. Mays waited for the inevitable silence. He began his story immediately after the class calmed down. "I will attempt to recreate the amazing story that Mr. Mays told the class that day. The way in which he told this story rendered the horror junkie speechless and the rest of my class terrified. The same girl that had raised her hand as to ask about the paper was holding her knees to her chest at the end of it, a look of terror on her face. The important thing to know about the story was about the excuse me. The important thing to know what the story was about. The specifics slipped my mind and aren't too relevant. I'll try to recount the parts of the story that mattered the most, but don't hold me to it. Basically, Mr. Mays and his friends set out on a road trip around the country after graduating from college. They took a truck loaded with camping gear and set out to sightsee the entire summer. The group was from the Poconos in New Jersey down to the coast of Florida, New Orleans to California, and up to Washington. From there, they went to the Rocky Mountains in Colorado, and then back home to New York. This concept of freedom to travel anywhere had the entire class hooked in an instant. Mr. Mays was the coolest teacher ever in my eyes. Being adventurous college kids, the group didn't bring a map. There were no time constraints, so they just kind of drove in the general direction what they wanted to go and eventually found a town to stay in or someplace that looked interesting. He told us that after spending a week in Colorado, he and his friends had to travel through miles and miles of corn, plains, and more corn. He assumed that they were in either Nebraska or Kansas when they decided to pull their extra cash and stay at a hotel for a night. They settled into a motel in some town that Mr. Mays could barely remember, the name of when one of his friends realized that they were somewhere near his grandfather's farm. He wasn't entirely sure where it was, but being adventurous college kids, they decided to get a quick refund from the motel and try to contact their friend's grandparents. They were unable to get a hold of the grandpa on the phone, so the group figured it would be just fun to show up. Mr. May's friend was adamant that his grandparents would take them in and feed them without a moment of hesitation. So the group set out with an hour of sunlight, seeking salvation of a comfortable house to stay in. In Kansas or Nebraska, wherever it may have been, there aren't a whole lot of natural landmarks that could guide lost travelers. Any directions given to someone who didn't live around the area basically amounted to go up a couple of miles to the corn, take a right, and go down a dirt road to the other corn. There should be some wheat on your right. So as is the case in most scary stories, the group got lost. Never wanting to admit defeat, they drove into the night, making wrong turns every 5 minutes until they found themselves on a wooded road that Mr. Mays' friend was certain that his grandparents lived off of. Mr. Mays described the road as basically a dark path to hell. It wasn't entirely sure how true this was because he got very excited and a bit ridiculous with his explanations of the trees that almost tried to grab the car and the red eyes of countless animals looking at them from the darkness. Regardless of the typical tropes worked on most of the class, everyone was terrified. So the group of guys drove on this dark road for about 15 minutes before they came to a clearing and a small building with lights in it, and what seemed to be a silo. They figured that, at the very least, the people who lived here would be able to help them find where the guy's grandparents lived. The whole idea of everyone knows everyone in these hick parts of the country fueled this hope. They pulled the car up near the building, realizing that they were out of the car, that it appeared to be like the kind of places where one would store a whole bunch of chickens, not a home. Still, the lights were on, and they figured that they would give it a try. They approached the building as a group, looking in the semi-open sliding door to find a big empty room. Hanging fluorescent lights lit the room like it was daytime, and they couldn't see a soul. There were no cars, but one of Mr. Mays' friends was convinced he had seen someone as they pulled up. So they decided to go inside and see if there was an office or something where someone might still be working. Why else would they have this huge place lit up like that? There were no doors on the inside of the building, again just a giant empty hall. So the group roamed around the property and over towards the silo. As they got closer, they noticed that what appeared to be a cellar door. At this point, I remember Mr. Mays telling the entire class to learn from his idiocy. He told us that he hadn't seen many horror movies before that time, and didn't think twice about approaching a creepy cellar door in the middle of the dark, scary, foreign place. He said that approaching that door was one of his biggest regrets. Mr. Mays let the whole class know that he was going to tell us as much as he deemed appropriate about the experience. Pardon me while I put my glasses on. He felt that we were mature enough to handle it, but advised anyone that was squeamish to leave class early. Several students quietly gathered their things and walked out the door. A couple of them being stoners who saw this as an opportunity to smoke behind the school before their next class. I didn't even give the announcement a second thought. Like I said, I was and am a sucker for this kind of stuff. Mr. Mays was telling a story better than anything I had ever conjured up. I wanted to learn from this guy, even though I didn't believe much of his story. After the class had thinned a bit, Mr. Mays continued the story. He told the remaining few that he and his friends opened that cellar door, releasing a smell that he only described as the most putrid thing my senses have ever experienced. The group was no longer concerned with finding the owners of the property, but was now set on finding the source of the smell. They went down the steps into the cellar, which was lit by a single bulb, spaced sporadically along the ceiling of a long hallway. No one spoke. Things had gotten strange. The walls were lined with metal sheeting, similar to the roofing on farms. The hallway itself was crooked, and the ceilings constantly lowered and rose, like a tunnel that was hastily dug and never touched up. There were sections where the boys had to almost crouch to get in order to get past. The worst part, Mr. Mays told us, was that the light bulbs continuously flickered, sometimes acting like a strobe light and making it very difficult to move through the winding and unstable hallways. In hindsight, he was certain that his mind was playing tricks on him, but he remembered seeing flashes of things that couldn't be there. He said that when you are that focused on something, or if you are that nervous, your mind can do that, or your mind can do that to you. It can simply revolt, showing you things or people that aren't there. He continued to describe the hallway, and I was on the edge of my seat. The halls were windy and seemed to go on forever. Mr. Mays guessed that they were somewhere under the creepy forest that they had driven through when they found the door, but he couldn't be sure. He said that they came upon a door after He said that they came upon a door after walking for what felt like a mile. It was simple and wooden, but it looked like it belonged outside a suburban home. It had a nice design, seemed to be freshly painted red, and had a very nice knob and knocker on it. It was a door that belongs to the entrance of a nice house, not one that would be sitting in a dirt tunnel in the middle of nowhere. His friend walked towards the door, moving carefully because of the flashing light bulb, and increasingly uncertain about the stability of the surrounding walls. As he turned to the group, the rest of which were nervous at the very least, and attempted to lighten the mood with a laugh before he said, I probably should knock first." Mr. Mays' friend grabbed the steel knocker and hit it against the door several times, mockingly but quietly, uttering, "Is anyone home?" The group waited about 30 seconds before their tension broke. The guy next to the door shrugged his shoulders and went to walk back to his friends, but as he did, the light bulb between them surged and exploded. The boys shielded their eyes and looked back to their lone friend by the door. As he lowered his hands, one of the metal sheets of the makeshift door dropped. The edge of the sheet fell directly on the boy's forehead, slicing it open and sending a wave of blood down his face. The impact apparently knocked him out, and he fell back against the door, knocking it open in the process. The entirety of the group rushed through the dim light to their friend, barely noticing the pitch-black room that now lay before them. Mr. Mays was the first to make it to his friend's side. He lifted his head into his arms, immediately taking off his jacket and putting it over his forehead to attempt to stop the bleeding. Once the group had calmed down, Mr. Mays noticed that the arm that had been bracing his friend's head was soaked wet. He was confused about this and was attempting to sort it out when one of his friends started talking. He said something along the lines of, the lights, we have to go. When Mr. Mays took notice, you know when you turn off a light, he told the class, and everything is almost pitch black except the light of the dying bulb, or the bulb dying out and cooling down. It was like that, but there was so many of them. At least 20 light bulbs had lit the room seconds ago, and now they only looked like little stars in the darkness. That was definitely terrifying, but that wasn't the scariest thing. There was still a very dim light coming from the hallway behind them, and through it was weak and lit the room up, just enough to see the shape of tens of people standing less than 10 feet from them. Mr. Mays' friend went to say something else as one of the bulbs in the light as one of the bulbs of their light as one of the bulbs to their right started flickering to life. Let me interrupt at this point to say that Mr. Mays was generally a playful guy. He had that tone of voice that makes you want to respond. Basically, he could say, let's go jump off a cliff, guys. And you would want to respond with, alright, Mr. Mays, show us the way. That is a ridiculous statement, but it gets the point across. He was a charismatic guy. The whole story up to this point had been told like a campfire story. He had the voice inflections of someone attempting to be mysterious and scary, which worked, but was noticeable. At this point in his tale, I recall that changing completely. He was no longer attempting to spook anyone. I could tell that this section was difficult for him. Either he was a very good actor, or it was really terrifying memory for him at the time, or it was a really terrifying memory for him to really relive. He told us that the light bulb came to life and illuminated the group of people in front of him. In the dim light, he could see children, at least 20 of them, in just the visible light. They were all dressed in nightgowns that looked to be tattered and torn, stained dark with something. Their hair was long. Every single one of them looked like they had not had a haircut since birth. Some of the children were almost completely obscured by the length of it. Every single one of them didn't appear to have seen a shower or a nice bath in their entire life. Mr. Mays told us that the most terrifying part of the whole thing was that none of the children were moving. They were all standing, staring, most of them only visible from the faint light reflecting off their eyes. His whole group was paralyzed with fear for several seconds when they heard what sounded like an animal in the distance yelping. The way it was described was like the sound of a dog crying, multiplied by 10. This spurred the group to life. Just as the children began to step forward, his friends grabbed the injured one and lifted him out of the room and into the hallway in an instant. Mr. Mays took another second to move and had difficulty finding his bearings. He reached to his left in an attempt to find the wall to lean against, but ended up only finding a handle. Then he pulled hard, never losing his sight on the children. He bolted for the door right as he noticed that he had grabbed onto a shower head protruding from a cement wall, reaching maybe a foot into the room. There was something leaking from it, but it was too dim to tell what it was. He realized that it had been leaking onto him, but he didn't care. There were now children stammering is a voice thing. There were now children stepping towards him as an animal cried in the distance, and his friend was simultaneously injured, or seriously injured. As he left the room, he made a point to emphasize that he could not make out several more shower heads on the wall near the single dim light bulb. "This is why I call them the showers," Mr. Mays told the class. I was transfixed, sitting as far forward as my desk would allow, bracing for more. "I slammed the red door behind me," he said, "and ran through that hallway faster than I have ever ran before or since. I made it back to the car, and we drove out of there like a bat out of hell." A couple of the students snickered at the use of the word hell. "So when you're out trick-or-treating tonight, make sure you know exactly where you're headed. Don't go to any abandoned farmhouses. I mean, there aren't many around here, but you're all smart kids, except Jerry." The class laughed and the mood lightened as the bell rang for passing period. Mr. Mays turned the light on and thanked everyone for listening, reminding them about the paper due next week, and told us to have a safe and happy Halloween. Students all around me abuzz with theories about the story they had just heard. "I bet it was some sort of crazy Nazi hideout," said one girl. "I think they were all ghost babies and they were killed by a dog," said another. I couldn't theorize in the slightest. I was just still caught up in the moment. The way that Mr. Mays had told that story and the detail that he included in it left me feeling like we didn't get the whole story. A couple of days later, I stayed after class and asked him about it, and about how it really ended and what happened to his friend. He laughed and said that his friend was fine and that it was honestly, he whispered this part, probably due to some of the drugs they were on at the time. Mr. Mays winked at me as if to say, "Don't tell anyone about the drugs, big kid." And I smiled and left. I lived in that town for another couple of months and then was rapidly moved halfway across the country to Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I twisted the story around and told it around campfires as I got older. It was always a hit, but I always changed the ending, letting the friend die of blood loss or from being dragged away by the children. It wasn't until college I got a chance to talk to Mr. Mays again. I went to college in northern New York not for any reasons associated with the story. College was a fun time for me. I continued being the same ham that I had always been. It wasn't until sometime around my junior year that I ran into Mr. Mays at a bar that I frequented. Initially, I couldn't be sure that the person I saw laying with his head buried in his arm at the bar was Mr. Mays. The only trait that grabbed my attention was the sweater that he used to wear on his birthday during class. Its shirt simply said, "I'm the birthday boy." I told my group of friends to grab a table and I would join them in a second. Then I walked over to the man at the bar. "Mr. Mays?" I said, and the man looked up. The man took a second to look at my face before he smiled and put a hand on my shoulder. "Hey there, son. How have you been?" I could smell some strong whiskey on his breath. His cheeks were flushed. The look in his eyes told me that he was 3 sheets to the wind and probably had no idea who I was. "Mr. Mays, it's Jack. I was the student of yours for a couple semesters. Excuse me. Mr. Mays, it's Jack. I was a student of yours for a couple of semesters about 6 or so years ago." His face changed a bit, and a genuine look of recognition set in. Taking a quick sip real quick. He took a calmer tone and smiled and said, "How have you been, Jack?" We talked for a solid 20 minutes. I told him what I had been doing for the last several years. And he told me apparently he was still teaching the same school, doing the same old shtick, as he called it. I asked if everything was alright, and he said that they were as good as they have ever been or were ever going to get. It took me a while to realize that I was an adult that was having a conversation with another adult. Every time I had spoken to Mr. Mays previously, I had been a student/teacher relationship. But now, I was just a guy having a drink with a friend at a bar. My friends eventually left, and I continued to drink with Mr. Mays. He told me all about his divorce and his kids. Things that I never would have asked or cared about previously, but now I cared. He was a real person to me, not just an idol anymore. This was a guy who had real problems, not an infallible teacher that I once thought he was. It had been several hours before I even brought up the story about the showers. I told him all about my history with urban legends and scary stories, and he just laughed. When I mentioned the story that he had told us years ago, he almost seemed uncomfortable. He finished his whiskey and signaled for another, and then turned to me and got very serious. "Listen, Jack, I don't know why I kept telling that story, year after year." His words were slurred, or my hearing was messed up. We both sufficiently blitzed at this point. "That was what my therapist told me to do when I was younger. I had to tell people it, to come to grips with it, or some shit," he said with a big swig of his drink. "Wait, your therapist?" I asked. Mr. Mays laughed heartily and looked at me. "Of course, Jack. You think that something like that wouldn't fuck a person up?" I was confused, but smiled nonetheless. Things had just gotten very strange. "But I mean, you said you were all on drugs or something, right? No one was too terribly hurt. You were all okay, right?" One sec. He got almost cartoonish. He got almost cartoonish with his sadness in the next several seconds. Of course we did, Jack. Why do you think I'm here right now? I was puzzled, quickly filled with 1,000 questions that I wanted to ask him, but I let him carry on. Tim fucking, he didn't make it, Jack. He laughed. His laugh turned to suddenly turned to tears. Fucking took him, they did. I don't even know. Cops told us that we were just drunk and that he wandered off and got taken by wildlife. He didn't know. He didn't see it, Jack. I was absolutely stone-faced at this point. Mr. Mays was carrying on like I knew the actual story, but I didn't. His friend disappeared and I didn't know. I wish they had found the body, Jack. I wish they had found the body, though. Then we could have shown them, he sighed. That's a bad place, Jack. I don't know anything else to say. It's a bad place. He carried on for a couple more minutes about his friend and the fun they had before they went on that trip, and I let him talk. It was only a few minutes later before his phone rang. Hello, sweetheart, he whispered into the phone. I'll be out in a second. Hi, he gagged. Love you, baby. The person on the other end hung up the phone and Mr. Mays got up. It's been nice seeing you, Jackie. You've got a good head on your shoulders, boy. Make sure you use it. He began to walk out of the bar. Mr. Mays, I yelled after him. Yeah, Jack, he turned back towards me. Where'd you say all the showers business took place? Where? Hell, did I mention it? Somewhere outside Broken Bow, Nebraska. Fucking hell on earth, if you ask me. That was the last time I would see him. I'd never be able to tell him the impact he had on my life, or rather the impact that his story had on me. He'd never know the trip we took after graduation, almost mimicking the one he and his friends had made. He would never know that the things we saw, or he saw at that place, were real. Why? Well, he died about a month later. His liver failed on him. It's alright though, because his family was with him in the hospital room. He got to die around people that cared about him. And that is all I can ask for a man like that. I experienced that place too, several years later. That is where my story turns. The following is a story on how I came to find the showers and why I will never ever go anywhere near Nebraska again. I'll finish this story when I'm sober, the memory clear enough. Alrighty, we're going to take another quick break before we go on to part 2. We'll be starting back up at 9 o'clock. This time, I'm going to mute the audio proper. I just need to rehydrate, we'll get another little break in, and catch up on these. Showers, gamers are terrified. Billy Mays here, OxyClean Day. Nice knob, a nice knockers. This inspired me to do some storytelling content. Fuck Jerry, all my homies hate Jerry. Very true. Nebraska is the scariest place, or scariest part of the story. Yeah, it's dangerously close to Ohio. And applause. Alright, we'll meet back in a few minutes. Alrighty, we are back. Hopefully we all snuck in a quick bathroom break as we hit hour 2, going on to hour 3. Hope everyone's doing alright in chat. Still got your snacks on hand, probably some candy from Halloween trick-or-treaters or whatever. But let's keep going. Part 2. I'm awake now, semi-sober, and ready to finish this for you guys, the internet, and whoever cares to hear it. I didn't find out that Mr. Mays had passed away until a couple months ago, a couple months after his funeral service. Initially, I was going to seek out his family in order to send my condolences, but it wasn't as if Mr. Mays and I were best friends or anything like that, so I refrained. I continued through my college career and graduated a year or so after our bar meeting. Graduating with English as my major wasn't a mistake, but it wasn't exactly something that landed me any sort of immediate jobs after college. Now I had saved a pretty solid amount of money while I was in school and decided that I deserved a bit of a vacation, if you will. I took my spare cash, got together with my college buddy Steve, packed up and hit the road, aiming for somewhere in the Rocky Mountains. I had lived near Littleton, Colorado when I was younger, and remembered loving that area, so that this destination was as good as any. The trip was a success. We made it somewhere around Estes Park, Colorado, and found a cheap cabin that we rented for about a month. The days were filled with lounging, hiking, and generally things that involved little to no work on our parts. After our rental was through, we packed up again and headed our way back to the east. Sometime during this trip, we had met up with a couple S Parks natives. In one of the local bars. We never typically hung out with them or anything like that. We just had conversations now and then over drinks and food. One night, these guys were paying their tab and picking up to leave awfully early. They were usually there until the wee hours of the morning. When we questioned them about it, they told us that they were headed to a little get-together with some friends of theirs. They invited us. Having nothing to do, we hopped in the car and followed them to the party. The party itself was very low-key and ultimately inconsequential to this story. However, the important thing about it was that at some point in the night, we were all sitting around the fire and swapping ghost stories. At this point in my life, I wasn't much of a ham as I was in my younger years. But with a little bit of encouragement, I started on a couple of stories that I remembered telling in my youth. Eventually, I made it to Mr. Mays' story about the showers. Every time that I had told it after hearing it from Mr. Mays, I spiced it up a little bit, but out of some sort of subconscious respect for my former teacher, I went straight into the version that he told my class in my sophomore year of high school. The group enjoyed my stories for the most part, the showers being the mutual favorite among the partygoers. Steve and I left for the cabin at around 5 in the morning, and he asked me about the story on the drive home. I told him all about Mr. Mays, that class, my love for everything horror-related and whatnot, and he suggested that we try to find the place on our return trip to New York. Initially, I was reluctant simply because I didn't feel like aimlessly wandering through Nebraska for days, looking for some old farm building that was probably demolished at this point. But a couple of days before we left Colorado, I told Steve that it sounded like fun. We weren't going to be able to do another trip like this for a long time, so I figured that we might as well make the best of it. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I thought of it as a little tribute to Mr. Mays, a guy that, in retrospect, helped me realize that I wanted to be a writer. Anyway, We left Colorado and made the long, boring, and barren drive to Broken Bow, Nebraska, or Hell on Earth, as Mr. Mays had put it. We found a motel in town and hung around for a couple of days, venturing out 100 miles or so, venturing out 100 miles or so in any given direction each day after that. I remember Mr. Mays telling us that it was somewhere outside Broken Bow, but I don't think he got any more specific than that. We tried asking for folks if they had any information about the showers, but we were usually met with blank stares or eye rolling when we told them what exactly the place was. The only person who seemed to know anything about it was an older lady who worked at a gas station on the outskirts of the town. I don't recall her name, but this woman was just one of those cheerful old people, very helpful and generally interested in what anyone had to say to her. Steve had started talking to her at a checkout, and she asked about our license plate, commenting about the fact that we were very far from home. We had nowhere in particular to be, so Steve and I ended up talking to this woman for about 15 minutes, at which point we brought up the hunt for a place known as the Showers. Initially, the name didn't ring any bells with the woman, which made sense, as seeing Mr. Mays just given it the name after his experience there. But when I began to describe the details that I remembered from his story, the friendly old woman interrupted me. Her tone was not scornful or mean in any way, but she became very terse and deliberate with her words at that point. "People don't deal with anything related to that sort of business around here," she told us. "But that was a long time ago." Following her statements, she attempted to be cheerful again, excusing herself to the restroom and wishing us the best on our return trip to New York. Steve and I returned to the car without a word, both of us thinking about what the lady said. Again, she didn't seem to be angry at all. She just didn't want to hear another word of it. We were driving back to the hotel before Steve said something. If I had to live in a place associated with an urban legend or something like that, I would totally mess with anyone who asked about it," he said. Eventually you'd just get tired of people asking about it, and so you try to scare them to get them to shut up, wouldn't you? I agreed with Steve, and kept driving, but the whole experience wasn't sitting right with me. If this was some sort of well-known legend in the area, why did no one else in the town seem to know anything about it? But I managed to shrug it off. Mind you, neither of us was scared of finding the showers. This little excursion on our road trip was more like a scavenger hunt, a cap off to an overall relaxing vacation. Steve and I were basically like tourists, hunting for a site at which a famous movie was filmed or something like that. We went into the whole situation with little to no expectations and a fleeting hope that we would be able to find this place. We spent another day in Broken Bow before we took our next trip out to try and find the showers. Nebraska isn't as terrible of a place as people make it out to be, but it really isn't all that exciting. We found a bar and spent some of the time there, and that was just about the extent of our activity on our day off. When we did get back to the road, we decided we would attempt to stay off the main roads for as much of the day as we could. I knew that there was no way that this place was going to be off of the highway, and I remember some detail about a dirt road in Mr. Mays' story, so we went looking for those. This was fairly futile effort. Most of Nebraska is dirt roads. It was 7 in the morning when we came upon a small, thick forest. I use the term lightly for Nebraska. This place was like an oasis. The trees were full and thick, shrouding most of the insides of the darkness. The sun was setting, and even though we had run into a few of these random crops of trees, we agreed that this one showed more promise than any of the others. There wasn't really a road, but there looked to be a path where a dirt road might have been at some point, so we drove along that. If the car was able to handle Rocky Mountains, a dirt path in Nebraska wouldn't give us trouble. We moved slowly and carefully along this trail, making sure to clear any fallen trees and the rocks in the road or rocks that would render the car useless. When the sun finished setting, it was pretty dark in this place during the day, but when night came, it was something else entirely. I had an inkling at this point that we had found the right place, but I didn't want to jinx it. So we continued onward. I didn't realize it at this point, but the little bits of light that managed to penetrate the canopy in this miniature forest actually did make it look like the trees were trying to grab the car, just like Mr. Mays had mentioned in the story. I'm still convinced that he made up the part about the animal eyes, though the most aggressive creature we saw in the woods was a dead rabbit on the side of the trail. It didn't have any obvious signs of death. It just looked like it just simply lay down and never bothered getting up. We drove around the darkness for quite a while before we found a clearing. We had to move several smaller clusters of branches out of the way but right in front of our exit was a giant dead monster of a tree. There was no way we were moving this one, so we got out and turned on the bright headlights in hopes it would illuminate the area in front of us. There was a feeling of excitement mixed strangely with fear when I saw what lay 50 feet beyond the clearing. There, lit partially by the headlights from the car and a little bit of light from the crescent moon, was what appeared to be an old barn house. This wasn't a typical farmhouse. It was larger than the barns that I had seen in films, and didn't have any sort of crest. It basically looked like a small warehouse. I wasn't entirely sure at this point if this was the place we were looking at, but this was definitely the closest we had come. I moved through the brush until I was roughly 20 feet from the entrance, at which point all of the growth seemed to stop. I don't know if the owners had done something to the soil, but the whole structure had a border around it that was clear of any sort of plant life. I approached the entrance to the building, a large sliding door, as Steve came up behind me with 2 flashlights in hand. So you were just going to run off into that place in the dark? He laughed. I gave a half-hearted chuckle and grabbed one of the lights from his hand. Mine was a little but pretty bright flashlight. It was the kind that hikers would most likely fasten into their backpacks just in case they were stranded at night. It worked well enough. I grabbed the metal door with both hands, holding the flashlight in my mouth, and gave it a tug. It moved slightly, creaked a little bit. There was no way I was doing this by myself. Steve came up from behind, set his flashlight to the ground, and grabbed the door, and we both pulled on 3. We pulled at the door with all we could muster. Once we had managed to move it a couple inches, it must have latched back onto the track, and because it slid very easily, stopping hard with a loud echoing thud when it was completely open. Steve picked up his flashlight and walked behind me. I had already moved inside. The inside of the structure was exceptionally bare, almost troublingly so. I wasn't entirely sure how far we were from the nearest home or small town, but there wasn't even the slightest bit of evidence that anyone could have been in this building for years. There were no broken beer bottles or empty bags of chips. There weren't any animal droppings or eager plants that managed to grow here. The room was expansive, larger than your average farm, but not the warehouse-sized monstrosity that I believe Mr. Mays had described in his story. I was sure that it was simply a holding area for farming equipment or something similar at some point. Disappointed, I wandered near the entrance while Steve ventured into the expanse of the darkness. As I was running over the details of the story in my mind, something struck me like a sack of bricks. In Mr. Mays' story, there was a silo near the barn. I ran outside, my eyes adjusting easily. At the very least, it was brighter outside. I looked in all directions, running around the perimeter of the building. Surely, if there was ever a silo near this place, it would be some evidence of it somewhere. But despite my hopes, there was nothing but a cluster of thick bushes on the side, brush and dirt everywhere, in the forest that we had come from. I walked back into the building, frustrated and tired. Steve was still excited, eagerly running around inside the building. Even if I could just find a shower head or a pipe, he said, then we'd know it's true. It was true. Just keep looking with me. I didn't want to ruin his excitement. I had told Steve the story several times, but obviously he didn't realize that this just wasn't the place. The building was weird, yes, but it was out of place, and oddly pristine. But it wasn't the location of the showers. I let him explore a little bit before I called him over. This was probably as close as we were going to get, man, I said. But this isn't it. Remember the silo? His face went from excitement to disappointment in an instant. Much like a young child who didn't get the presents he wanted for his birthday, I patted him on the shoulder. This is still pretty cool, though. I mean, we could still tell people that we found it. I was reverting back to my old habits quickly. Steve laughed. Yeah, man, I guess we could. It is definitely creepy, though. We should probably get some pictures as proof, you know? I agreed with him. I'm gonna grab my camera real quick, he said as he bolted out the entrance of the building. I was left alone in the building. It was very quiet when I was alone in there. I could hear the faint sounds of Steve running through the bush and to the car. But once he was far enough away, everything was quiet. I remembered not hearing the wind or the chirping of crickets as I walked deeper into the dark, flashlight in hand, as I was convinced that there had to be something. As I approached the far corner of the room, the sound of my feet scratching against the dirt. Excuse me. Sound of my feet scratching against the dirt was interrupted by a soft, hollow thud. I stopped trying to figure out what it was. I stopped trying to figure out what it was. I put my foot on down hard against the ground and heard it again. I stopped one more time, realizing that the floor I was standing on was covering something hollow. I walked to the wall of the room, looking carefully at the floor, trying to spot any holes or gaps. As far as I had known, it was solid ground that this thing sat atop. So I was convinced that I had found a hatch or a basement or something. I heard Steve coming back through the bush and I shouted, "Steve, come over here. It's a hole." As I went to say the word hollow, I hopped a little bit, hoping to recreate the sound so that he would be able to hear it upon entering. The second my feet landed on the floor, I felt it give out beneath me. The memory of the fall was fuzzy, but I do recall hearing the wood splinter. I remember seeing the light from Steve's flashlight falling away into the darkness. It wasn't a long fall, but I must have fallen in a terrible position because I know I lost consciousness for several seconds at least. When I woke up, I was staring at a bright light. For an instant, I had thoughts about approaching the fabled light at the end of the tunnel. I was angry at myself. You died in Nebraska, Jack? Wow, you know how to fuck up. My self-description of my afterlife was interrupted by what sounded like Steve's voice. Jesus, Jack! Jack, can you hear me? Dude, wake up! Please, wake up! He screamed. I managed to lift my head off the floor, just enough for him to celebrate. The pain in my head was immense, but it was outweighed by the pain shooting through my knee. I knew I had a concussion, but the pain in my knee was just so much more pressing. I looked around until I found my tiny flashlight. Then sat up and reassured Steve. I'm okay, I just hurt my knee. I bumped my head too, really hard. Ain't fuck, man. I thought you were dead. Imagine that. No, dying in fucking Nebraska. It'd be awful. His words made me laugh a little bit, but I stopped myself. The slightest shake in my head made me incredibly dizzy. I guess, rope? Said Steve. What? I asked quietly. Should I go get a rope to get you out of here, or do you see a ladder? I looked around the walls and sat in front of me. They were smooth cement. There was no way that I was climbing out of there. Yeah, get a rope, I told him. It's buried under all of our stuff. I think it might be in my red climbing bag, but I'm not sure. Steve nodded, telling me to hang in there and that he would be back in a little bit, and then he ran off. The silence that followed was uncomfortable. After the sound of Steve's feet scraping the floor above me faded away, I was only able to hear the buzzing that occurs in total silence, intertwined with the pulsing of my head. I pushed myself over to the nearest cement wall and braced myself against it, resting and breathing deep in an attempt to calm myself. The cement was unnaturally cold against my back. It was summer, so I only had a t-shirt on, but it felt like ice even through that. Again, this observation was primarily made after the fact. In the moment, I just felt good to lean against something. I sat there, waiting for Steve in this underground basement, and I began to feel uneasy. I felt like an idiot for falling down there. I felt pain from all my injuries as well. That all seemed to fade into one emotion in an instant when I heard what I could identify was breathing, somewhere to my left. I convinced myself that it was my injured mind playing tricks on me for moments until my mind decided to rapidly replay Mr. Mays' story. When I had first heard it in the classroom years ago, I was more impressed than I was scared. But now, sitting in the dark of the basement of Nebraska, I felt something that I hadn't felt in a long time. It couldn't even be summed up in the word fear. As I sat there, I felt an all-encompassing dread. I pointed my flashlight to my left, the direction from which I thought I heard the sound. The light didn't reach the other wall. It was very far away, but I was comforted to see absolutely nothing there. I breathed deeply for a couple of more seconds before I heard another noise in the darkness. It was very quick, and I couldn't be sure that it wasn't my own body moving around it without my noticing. But I thought I heard a scraping sound not 10 feet in front of me. It sounded like the noise that your feet make when you're walking across dirt-covered floor. Before I could react, I heard breathing from my left again, closer this time. There was no way this was real. I hadn't seen so much of it as a spider web in the building, and now I was convincing myself that something next to me was breathing. I was angry at myself for getting so worked up. I told myself that the human brain is constantly hallucinating. I told myself that while in silence or darkness, the brain will make sounds to fill the gap, or make you think you see something that isn't there. I channeled my inner skeptic in order to calm myself. It worked. It worked until I saw a flash of something in front of me. I can't be entirely sure what it was, but I heard the accompanying sounds of feet scraping against the floor, and it began to swell with dread. I decided that my best course of action at this point was to turn off my flashlight, assuming that if they couldn't see me, they couldn't get to me, whatever they might be. Turned off my flashlight and was left in complete and total darkness. The bulb of my flashlight faded as it cooled in my cooled and I put it into my pocket, simultaneously pushing back against the cold cement wall in an attempt to stand. I managed to get to my feet, well, foot, as I found I couldn't stand or to put any pressure on my injured knee. I limped to the corner, humming to myself, trying to break the deafening silence. I called for Steve as loud as I could manage, but I heard no response. He was probably in the back of the car, still hunting for the rope. There had to be a ladder or something somewhere. I continued to hum, and my heartbeat, which had been beating almost out of my chest, slowed to a manageable rate. I moved along the cement wall, keeping my whole body against it, and the weight off of my injured knee. I have traveled what I guessed to be about 10 feet when I heard, or when my head made contact with something in front of me. I tumbled to the ground. My concussion must have been amplified. My concussion must have amplified the pain, because it was blinding. I reached both hands to my forehead when I felt something warm and wet on my fingers. I searched for a cut on my forehead, but couldn't find anything. I desperately searched for my flashlight as I sat up and tried to get back against the wall. Grabbed the light in my hand, bracing the wall with the other. I turned it on and pointed it into the darkness. There I was, just lying on the floor. Or where I was just lying. The floor was all wet, but the dirt had muddled it. The floor was wet, but the dirt had muddled the color of whatever the liquid was. I tried to get my eyes to focus on the puddle. I tried to convince myself that it was my blood when I saw another drip fall into the puddle. Words lack the ability to describe the way I felt when I heard the drip noise again, and yet another tiny ball of liquid fall into the puddle. I think I knew even then exactly what the source was, but I was endlessly trying to convince myself that I was wrong. I lifted the flashlight up and pointed at the source of the liquid. What stared back at me was a pipe that protruded from the wall, at least a foot from a cement wall. The metal was rusted and cracked. Little bits of the liquid began to seep from them. At the end of the pipe was a simple shower head aimed down towards the ground. You know the feeling when your stomach drops? In this case, mine literally did, because I vomited immediately. It got all over my shoe, but that wasn't the least bit important at the time. I ignored the pain in my knee and I shuffled along the wall as fast as I possibly could. I heard noises, but I can't be sure if it was the sounds of my own movement or something around me. I managed to duck under this next shower head. This one was higher up on the wall and seemed to be leaking the same liquid that the other one was. I felt like I was moving along something infinite. Every now and then I would have to duck or move under another metal bar, another shower head. They began to pour more profusely, but the liquid was too thick to come out easily. The room began to smell. I remembered immediately the way that Mr. Mays had described it. I grabbed my shirt and put it over my nose, trucking onward, but it didn't stop the smell for an instant. It smelled like vomit. It smelled like shit. It smelled like burnt hair. It smelled like rot. I was still moving against the wall when I fell into some sort of outlet. I hit the dirt ground hard, adrenaline coursing through my veins. The pain still managed to break through, though. My flashlight was in my hand. My flashlight was in my hand. I aimed it and examined my surroundings. Sitting in front of me was a doorway. There was a door there, though it looked aged now. It had a nice little sign on the doorknob. or it had a nice little design on it. A doorknob and a knocker that looked like it was a snarly demon. Red paint was peeling from it, flaking off and falling to the ground in front of me. I clumsily rose and busted through the door, narrowly missing a piece of hanging sheet metal in front of me. I was crawling now. There was no way that I could run. The walls and the ceiling were lined with metal, the kind you would see on the roof of a farm. Large pieces of wood seemed to brace the sheets, holding this makeshift tunnel together. I couldn't risk sliding against that. I couldn't risk sliding against that and possibly cutting myself on the metal, or hitting the wood and causing it to cave in, so I crawled. I pulled myself for what felt like miles, running into walls every now and then because the path seemed to curve like a snake. I had no idea where I was in relation to that hole that I had fallen through, but I told myself that there was an exit at the end of this. Had I not been crawling, I would have surely hurt myself or far worse. I would have surely hurt myself far worse. There were parts of the tunnel in which the ceiling dipped down to maybe about 3 feet above the ground. It hadn't caved in because the ceiling still lined it. Someone had built it like this. This again is in hindsight. I didn't care at the time. I kept telling myself that there was nothing behind me, but I swore that I heard scraping only a few inches behind my own. My jeans would brush against my legs every now and then, making it feel like someone was touching me. And even now, I still can't completely convince myself that wasn't someone, or that someone wasn't. I crawled and crawled until I reached an upslope. With joy, I looked ahead of me. There was a cellar door. The door was made of wood. I knew this because I could see light through them. I couldn't be sure, but I thought it might have been the light from the car's headlights. Besides all that, I was also immensely happy to find an exit. I crawled all the way to the door and threw my shoulder into it. It budged but didn't open. I began to scream, but my throat seared with pain. The most I could manage was a harsh crying noise. It sounded like a dying animal. I collapsed in exhaustion and pain, my eyes staring up at the slits of light before me. I was so close to being out of there. I could taste it. It was in that moment of silent defeat I heard a noise that was, without question, something moving in the tunnel. It sounded like something was being dragged across the floor. It would move, pause for a second, and then move again. I had nothing left in my stomach to throw up, and I began to gag. I gathered myself slightly and tried to steady my hand enough to focus on the flashlight down the tunnel. What I saw, I can still not rationalize. I know what I saw, but I cannot convince myself that it was actually there. I can't stop telling myself that I was hallucinating. I saw a child in a dirty sleeping gown. The gown was stained with something dark and brown, with occasional splashes of deep red. The child was extremely frail, like the pictures that people might see of a Holocaust victim. I could only make out one eye brightly reflecting the light of my flashlight, in between huge tufts of long, dirty hair. It reached down beyond the fingertips of the child, which were caked with dirt. The boy, or girl, I'm not entirely sure which, moved towards me with difficulty. It wasn't breathing hard, but it seemed that every movement of every muscle took every ounce of strength the child had. The thing that froze me, though, was the eye. It was only visible because it was reflecting my flashlight, but even in that glint, I could feel anger, or deep hatred, or something like that. This is the point in which the English language really lacks the right words to explain the situation. I could tell that this child meant me harm. Whether it was a hallucination or not, the thing was getting closer. I started to cry. It was getting closer and closer. I heard a voice from behind me. "Hey, Jack!" whispered the voice. It was Steve. I was certain. I tried to talk back, fully intending to say, "Open this up and get me out right now." However, given my current state, I'm sure it sounded like a garbled nonsense. I clawed at the door, pushing against it with everything that I had, and finally breaking eye contact with the child. As I did this, the flashlight rolled down the slope, coming to rest somewhere near the child's feet. What do you see?" the voice asked. "What are you talking about?" I closed my eyes. I just remember hearing a reply along the lines of, "Just look at it. Tell me what you see." But my own screams of frustration drowned it out. I was mumbling like a maniac when the voice told me calmly, Rest for a second, I'll get it." The statement took a second to settle in which I closed my eyes tight. "Steve, just do it, please. Please just get it open." Or, "Steve, just do it, please. Please just get it open," I whimpered. "Just get me out of here." My voice was beginning to get louder. "Steve, goddammit, open the fucking door." I opened my eyes for a split second to see nothing but black hair dangling in front of my face. A small glint of light hidden in the mess of tangles. I slammed my eyes shut and screamed with every ounce of energy I had. "Open the fucking door!" The door behind me gave way, and I fell onto the dirt, taking a breath of fresh air. My eyes were still closed, but the first thing that I did was scramble to find the cellar door and close it. Once I had done that, I took a deep breath and opened my eyes. I saw the barn in front of me, illuminated by the headlights of the car. My head was pulsing in pain. I was covered in dirt and liquids I didn't even care to know of the origin. My knee was, at the very least, dislocated. But despite all of that, I was out of the tunnel. I took a deep breath and buried my head in my hands and said, "Steve, why didn't you open the fucking door?" I waited for a response, but none came. "Steve, seriously," I began. I was fucking clawing, screaming for my life," I said as I looked behind me. My stomach must have been on the verge of falling out of me at this point because it shifted again. The only thing behind me was a large mass of bushes that I had seen while examining the perimeter of the building. I was angry. "Steve, this is not the fucking time. Come out of the fucking bushes." I was getting ready to stand up when I heard a yell from the front of the building. A flashlight bobbed up and down in the semi-darkness. Steve was running into the open door of the structure, yelling my name and telling me not to worry. I must have lost consciousness at that point. When I woke up, Steve was standing over me, desperately trying to wake me up. His words were almost incoherent, at least to my ears. He helped me to my feet and began to walk me to his car. As we walked away, I saw my flashlight sitting just outside the cellar door. The light was fading. Steve brought me back to the car and then drove me to the nearest hospital. I fell asleep, but he told me that he drove around for an hour before he found the main road. I don't think I ever told him the whole story. I believe he thinks that I was just injured from the fall. He never really asked for it, and we didn't stay in contact for much longer. It's not like we deliberately parted ways. We just sort of stopped hanging out after that trip and went our separate ways. I have never been able to fully understand what happened that night. There are many things that I can explain away as being hallucinations, but there are still many things that don't make sense. The shower heads were there and they were leaking something. The door was real. The tunnel was real. Most everything can be semi-rationalized if I convince myself that I had a very bad concussion. A very, very bad concussion. But the one thing that I couldn't have imagined was the cellar door that was locked, and then suddenly it wasn't. I'm still skeptical as I I'm still as skeptical as I have ever been, but I believe in what happened to me at the showers. I'm not a hermit or a social idiot because of this. I drink a lot, but I'm still functional. But I will never return to Nebraska. No one will ever be able to convince me otherwise. I don't watch horror movies either. There's absolutely nothing entertaining about being so desperately scared. That's it, really. There is no typical ending for that story. I was changed by my experience, yeah. But there is no way to change anything about it or fight back against it. I can't even convince myself that I wasn't just seeing things. Believe me, I've been trying for years. Prior to this, there was really no way to find any information on the showers. The legend didn't extend outside the classroom of Mr. Mays. No one told stories like this to keep children away from a certain place or to scare them. It just wasn't known. I guess that's really the point of this story. I want people to know firsthand what this place is like. Maybe it's a drunk's rationale, or the kid inside me wanting to spread these kind of stories again. I don't know. I don't care. But it's out there now for people to mold and warp their heads to their needs. Most importantly, it's finally out of my head. It's getting late, and I'm getting another drink. Cheers. Alrighty, so that was The Showers. It remains a classic for a reason because it does not, it does not waste any time with needless descriptions like the previous story we tried, and it cuts more to the point. It establishes itself early rather than trying to establish itself later. It didn't have Goku in it. Bad story. Yeah, that's another point against it. It did not have Goku. Also, welcome to the chat, Soul. Nice to have you. Okay, I had 6 shots and now putting the ball down. I'm gonna listen while laying in bed. Right? Another good one. Alrighty. So, we're going to take another break again and start at the top of the hour. Next one is probably going to be a little bit shorter, but then I can just find another one pretty fast. So, it's also on the classics list. So, we'll come back in about 15-ish minutes. Can't believe Rave carved that pumpkin itself. I always use this effect for every year. I'm surprised I can still find it anymore. But anyways, we will be back. Alrighty, we are back. Let's see, chat. Can't believe Rave carved that pumpkin. Yep. Okay, get Bev. I'm having one of the best Sam Haines I've ever had. That's good to hear. Gord, I think you only missed the tail end of the showers. But that's fine. We got something special for you. Sweet, back to bed I go. Fuck you! Alright. So this is normal porn for normal people. And apparently this has been edited. Okay. So we're not getting the full thing. Oh god, this story. Yeah, you know this one. But apparently they edited it, so it's not as extreme as it was before. Alright. Let's get started as we hit the top of hour 3. Everybody knows that if you surf the web long enough, you'll see some pretty sick shit. This is especially true if you intentionally dive into the dark underbelly of the internet. I've seen quite a few things I don't care to admit to, but one thing that I'll always remember is a site called normalpornfornormalpeople.com. The first strange thing about this site was that I didn't find it by actually looking for it. It was emailed to me by someone I don't know. The email address is as follows. Hi there. Found this site? Hi there. Found this site. It's very nice. Thought you might like it. Normalpornfornormalpeople.com. Pass it on for the good of mankind. Pretty standard chain letter. Although the URL and the last remark really piqued my curiosity. I was having a very boring day when I got this, so I made sure my antivirus was working and then clicked on it. It was a very strange, very generic looking site. It gave me the impression that the creators just barely gave a shit about making it look professional. The author seemed to be very tenuous, or seemed to have a very tenuous grasp on English. And on the front page was a long, boring, and incoherent rant that I don't remember or have saved. The site had a strange tagline, which even today people haven't figured out the meaning of, which was "Normal Porn for Normal People," a website dedicated to the eradication of abnormal sexuality. And from the sound of that, I wasn't sure whether I was here to watch porn or if I stumbled on some kind of eugenics program. But I was here now, and I was very, very curious to see what normal people got their rocks off to. So I scrolled down through the rant and nothing. The page didn't seem to have a link anywhere, and I was about to leave when I noticed that every word of the rant was its own hyperlink. I clicked on one of them and was sent to a white page with a very long list of links in the form of normalpornfornormalpeople.com/random letters. So I stopped for a minute and asked myself if I really wanted to waste God knows how much time clicking random links that would likely give me a virus or mess up my computer. I figured I'd try for maybe 5 minutes just to see if anything came up. I clicked one of the links and was sent to another page. This page apparently had totally different URLs than the last one. It was the same, or I was just about to say fuck this when I clicked on the third link and a video came up. It was called peanut.avi, a 30-minute video of a woman and a dog in the kitchen. The woman made a peanut butter sandwich and the man set it down for the dog to eat. This was all that happened for 30 minutes. It was obvious that the cameraman had to stop filming and wait for the dog to get ready to eat again. And the dog seemed rather sick by the end of it. I know what you're thinking. What the hell does this have to do with porn? I have no clue. I've seen a little over 24 videos from the site and a majority had no sexual activity at all. After watching Peanut.avi, I went to a certain image board I frequent to play online show and tell, like I always do with weird shit like this. But someone had already made a thread about it. A guy who'd received the same chain letter I did. The image board thread had lots of people with nothing better to do than dig through the site, and that's how I saw the other videos. Most of the 24 videos were very uneventful and consisted of people talking to the cameraman in a room with nothing in it but a desk and a few chairs. I mean, literally nothing on the walls or in terms of furniture. The whole room had a very cold, sterile feel to it. The conversations were idle banter about previous jobs or embarrassing childhood moments. I kept expecting some kind of discussion about what people were filming or what the site was about, but of course, nothing. You would never know these videos had anything to do with porn if you saw it out of context. I will say one thing though, the people who appeared in these videos were quite attractive. However, the other video that actually did feature content I suppose could be called sexual is where things got weird. I'll give a brief description of the stranger videos. If you're really eaten up with curiosity, you can try to hunt them down on a torrent site. LickClean.avi, a 10-minute video filmed by a hidden camera in which we see a repairman working on a washing machine for a few minutes. When it's fixed, the repairman talks to the owner briefly, then leaves. The owner checks to make sure the repairman's gone, then begins to lick all over the top of the washing machine. This goes on for 7 minutes. Jimbo.avi, a 5-minute video of an obese mime performing his act. It was actually pretty funny, particularly one part where he pretends to pull up a chair, then pretends to break it because of his weight. In the last 30 seconds of the video, the camera cuts to static and cuts back to a man quietly sobbing, still wearing the mime outfit and makeup. Like some kind of obscure fetish? Diana.avi, 4-minute video in which the cameraman talks to a woman in a room different from the interview room. The room looks like you'd find in a normal person's house. Exactly where they are is never specified. Diana only talks about her violin playing. She obviously plays her violin but keeps getting distracted by something. I didn't notice this until someone on the image board thread pointed it out, but if you look in the mirror in the background, you can see a fat man in a chicken mask masturbating. Jessica.avi, another 4-minute cameraman video. This time he's outside a house talking to another young woman. They talk about canoe rides. The camera zooms out to reveal the city streets behind them occasionally. The strange thing is that no one so far has been able to identify where the street is. Guesses have ranged everywhere from Europe to Australia to the Philippines, but there's yet to be a match for the street shown in the video. Tonguetied.avi, 10-minute video. The first 5 minutes consist of an elderly woman making out with a mannequin. The video cuts out like it did with Jimbo.avi halfway through, and the scene is then a group of mannequins huddled together in a circle around the cameraman. The lights have been dimmed, and the elderly woman is nowhere to be seen. From this point on, there is no sound. Stumps.avi, 5-minute long video where a man with no legs is attempting to break dance on a DDR mat in what looks like the kitchen from Peanut.avi, but much dirtier. There's a radio playing music unseen in the background, but it stops at the 4-minute mark when the man collapses on the mat in exhaustion. He breathes heavily and pleads with someone off-screen to let him rest. This off-screen person becomes terrifyingly enraged and yells at him to keep dancing, which he does. You can hear this this off-screen person scream or begin to scream as the video ends abruptly. Privacy.avi, The woman from Diana.avi is masturbating on a mattress in the interview room, while the man from the Stumps AVI walks around on his hands, wearing some kind of goblin mask. The door in the room was always closed in the other videos, but it's now open. In this video, the only lights in the room and the hallway is dark. Nearly the end of the video, you can see an animal quickly run through the hallway. And finally, the last video we uncovered. Useless.avi. In this 18-minute video, a blonde woman from one of the previous interview videos is tied down to a mattress in the interview room. She attempts to scream, but her mouth is taped over. After 7 minutes, a man in a black suit and mask opens the door, and he does not enter. He holds the door open for the animal that was running around in the hall, or in the previous video. It's revealed to be an adult chimpanzee with its hair shaved and its entire body painted red. When the chimp enters the room, the masked man closes the door behind it. The chimpanzee sniffs the air for a moment. It may have been blind, and notices the woman tied to the mattress. It goes into a frenzy and begins to maul her. The assault goes on for a grueling 7 minutes until the woman finally dies. The chimp eats the flesh from her corpse for 4 minutes as the video ends. The thread quickly exploded with activity after this video was uncovered. The people discussed it long into the night. When I came back to the image board the next day, I found it to be deleted. I tried to start another one and they banned me. I tried emailing the guy that sent me the chain letter with the site's URL. I sent him 5 messages and never got a response. I have tried to discuss this website on various other places and have been banned frequently. The site itself was also deleted about 3 days after useless.avi was uncovered, likely because someone contacted the authorities about it. The only proof for normal porn for normalpeople.com ever existed was a few screen caps took and videos from the site that people saved and uploaded on torrents. The most popular of which is useless.avi, which found its way onto a few gore sites. Whenever you upload wherever you upload them to, all the videos for normal porn for normalpeople.com get deleted after a while. And that is that one. It's a bit middle of the road, especially concerning the classics. But that's also like probably due to like the editing. Like they probably cut out some vital details to actually really give it the chill factor. I'll take a quick drink. But it's short, sweet, and to the point. Alrighty, on to the rake. During the summer of 2003, events in the northeastern United States involving a strange human-like creature sparked brief local media interest before an apparent blackout was enacted. Low or no information actually. Oh, it just removed a single sentence? Gotcha. Well, probably didn't matter that much. I'm actually going to probably skip this one, because it just reads too much like the bad ones. Let's see if we can find one I've been looking for years real quick. It was about how the chimp had scars on it or something. It got removed because of animal abuse. As if the rest of the paragraph wasn't a chimp being a person, someone alive. Yeah, okay. That's lame. Is it this one? Nope, not that one. Not that one either. What? Not this one, I don't think. Damn it, what happened to it? Okay. Let's try Anansi's goat story, or Goatman story. Here's the story. 16. Be black and have a family down in Alabama. They farm and own a huge amount of land in Huntsville. Uncle owns a big house and a bunch of trailers. They put it out in the woods for hunting or camping. Down south, cousins suggest that we go out there and camp. Oh yeah, this is actually a good one. I know I'm a city kid from Chicago, so they tease the fuck out of me. Collect food, kill a pig and some chickens, and bring necessities to camp out a few days. We get to the camp and it's obvious something's weird. Air has this electric smell like right before a stone, like ozone. We think nothing about it, unpack and go to a little creek for a swim for a few hours. All of a sudden, the older white guy and the white teenager come out from the bushes. He has a shotgun in the crook of his arm and says hello and asks what we're doing this far back in the woods. Tell him about my uncle who he knows and says we're camping out. He tells us that we need to be real careful out here and stick together because there's a big animal in the woods. His son, who is my age, asks if he can stay with us and hang out. He says okay. So we end up playing football, dicking around with me. There's the white kid, Tanner, 5 of my cousins, and then 4 of their friends in total. There were like 5 girls and 6 boys. We all had around 15, or we were all around 15 to 17, and we ended up just dicking the day away. Eventually, we head back to camp and pull out some stuff for a campfire. Even though the trailers both had kitchenettes, Tanner says that his family property sits up against my uncle's, and he wants to run home and ask if his dad can come out, or his dad. He wants to run home and ask his dad if he can come out camping with us. My cousin Rooster says he's going to go with him since it's going to get dark soon. One of the girls also wants to tag along. It's about 7 o'clock, and it's starting to get pretty dark. They grab flashlights and take the trail toward Tan's property. The rest of us chill. We make s'mores, drink, and kiss on the girls. About 30 or 40 minutes later, there's a smell of ozone again. You can notice it over the scent of the fire we had started. This really nasty coppery smell, like right after you've had a nosebleed and it stopped. It wasn't exactly like dried blood, but it was that metallic back of your throat smell. We immediately think that it's some kind of electrical malfunction, or someone left a hot plate on or some shit. We search the trailers and nothing's on, but we can smell it. All of a sudden, we can hear people booking it down the path towards us. Rooster, Tan, and the girl come running into the clearing out of breath. And they don't even break stride. They all run into the trail right by where the fire is. We all get the fuck out of there and into the trailers. They end up calming down. Even Rooster is crying his fucking eyes out at this point. All of this while the fire is guttering lower and lower. So my cousins say fuck it, and we are about to go outside to get the generator out of the shed between the trailers. Tanner goes, fuck no, lock the front door, ain't nobody else going outside. He's been crying too. His eyes are bloodshot and puffy and his pants are dirty as shit. He goes on to tell us that they went up to his house. His father said sure, he could go out camping to make sure they were careful on the way back. And that maybe they should take one of his hunting rifles just in case. Evidently, Tanner had seen something in their yard a few days ago. One of their pigs had been ripped up and half-eaten. They assumed it was just some big cats or coyotes, even though they don't usually fuck with live animals. Tanner went upstairs, packed his stuff, and told his dad they would be okay without the rifle, because coyotes avoid people. Then they started walking back towards where we were camping. Rooster finally stops crying and shaking. The girl already had, but now was just staring out the window with a dumb look on her face. She says they had gotten halfway into the woods towards the camp when they'd started to hear shit in the forest. It was almost pitch black by this time, so they weren't sure at first what the fuck it was. The girl says she heard something in the bushes right off the trail. They all beamed their flashlights over there, and there was someone standing in the woods in a little hollow. Rooster said they shouted at him and told him that he was scaring the fuck out of them and what a dick he was. He says that's when he realized that the guy was facing away from them. They keep walking and start smelling the nasty coppery ozone smell. They say that they look off into the forest on the opposite side, and there's a dude standing there too, backwards, slightly closer to the path. So now they start power walking, and Tan keeps going, I should have taken the fucking rifle. And they're telling the story. The smell is super strong even inside the cabin. They say that after they started walking faster, a kind of low gibbering had begun coming from both sides of the wood. As they booked it back to the trailer, the girl said she flashed her light out to the side of them and saw something jerking itself through the woods. The gibbering just got louder and louder, and when they could see the light from our campfire, something had come out of the woods about 40 yards behind them onto the track. Then they just flat out ran as hard as they could for the trailer. So we're out in the fucking woods, and we're assuming at this point it's some rednecks or some shit trying to fuck with us. All of a sudden, my cousin Junior starts going on about how he went to school with a native kid that was telling him about the goat man or some shit. We probably tell him to shut the fuck up because we don't need spooky talk right now. He just kept going on about how it's the fucking goat man, and that we were in his woods and blah blah blah. Now at the time, I had never heard of this goat man or any of that. But then a couple years ago, the year before I graduated from college, I had a Minim for a roommate, and I ended up talking to him about it. And to sum it up, it's basically a fucking man with the head of a goat, and he can shapeshift and get amongst groups of people to terrorize them. It's also supposed to be it's also supposed to be kind of like the Wendigo. It's bad mojo to even talk about, and even worse if you see it. Keep in mind, I didn't know this back when I was 16, so my cousin is going, The goat man is going to get in and fucking get us. The girls are all terrified, and my cousin and I are all fucking trying to figure out if it's just some hillbillies or an animal. All of a sudden, the smell just goes away. To this day, I haven't experienced anything like it. Obviously, smells usually fade away or lessen, but it literally was just there for 1 second and then not the next. So it's after an hour, maybe around 9 or 10. We've stopped shitting bricks enough to go back outside and stoke the fire again. We figure it was just some assholes trying to fuck with us, so we don't go back home, because we think if we do, they'll chase us through the woods or some crazy shit. Nothing else weird happens that night. We stay another night, and for the main part of the night, nothing happens. But at 1 in the morning, we're outside getting drunk and telling ghost stories as someone's finishing some too spooky story. I don't remember what. The smell comes back. It's fucking strong. Or it's so fucking strong that one of the girls literally starts vomiting. I stand up and you can actually feel how clammy the air is. I say we should get inside and that this isn't right. We should have just fucking left. We all go back inside and we're standing around. My cousin keeps going on about the goat man. My other cousin, Rooster, tries to shut him the fuck up, and all the while, I'm just feeling that something is wrong, and I can't figure out what the fuck it is. We end up sitting there for a while. The smell is just strong. We're terrified and huddled in this camper. We're all cooking up. We end up cooking brats for everybody because nobody wants to go outside. It's one of those packs with 4 brats. We have a total of 3 packs. I grill them up on the stove and give everybody a hot dog, then get mine. After a while, one of my cousins gets up to go and goes over to the pot to get another. He starts grumbling about how I got 2 and everybody else got 1. I look at him like he's fucking stupid. I tell him that everybody only got 1 because there are only 12. Now if he wanted more, he should open a new pack and cook some more. That's when the girl that had been out with Rooster and Tan just starts screaming, "Oh Lord! Oh Lord, get it out!" She's crying and shivering. And then it dawns on the cousin standing up, what the fuck is wrong? Me and him, and both glance around the room, and I feel my fucking heart sink. I run the fuck out of the cabin, and the girl runs out with us. The trailer door is banging against the side of the trailer, and everybody books it. One of the cousin's friends asks us what the fuck is wrong. I start counting us. There's only 11 now. I shit you not, my cousin verified. Excuse me. There had been 12 people in the cabin, but being that everyone didn't really know each other, nobody had noticed the whole fucking time that there was an extra person. And then I realized earlier that I had kind of noticed something was off. You know how when you're just dicking around, having a good time, that you don't sweat the small shit, and you don't always keep track of certain stuff? I'm dead serious, or I'm dead sure that someone else had been in the trailer with us, and that they had been there for at least a fucking day, eating with us, and that they had been there for at least a fucking day eating with us. What makes it worse is that I couldn't figure out who it was, because I don't think anyone had ever actually interacted with the other person / the goat man. The girl kept praying to Jesus, and we're all sitting outside. Eventually we get big ass sticks and go back in the cabin, but there's nobody in there. We count again, and there's 11 people. We go back into the trailer and lock the door. We explain what the fuck happened. The girl says that she realized too, and that when she was about to say something, the person sitting next to her grabbed her leg hard, leaned over toward her, and said something I couldn't understand. So we are pretty much scared as fuck as we huddle together, and I fall asleep. When I wake up, the sun is just coming up, and half the people are asleep, and the other half are packing our shit up. We all want to walk back home, but like 4 people want to stay until the sun is all the way up. And some people think that we're just fucking around and still want to stay at the trailers. I just want to get the fuck out of the woods. The girl's name was Kara, the one that the goat man had touched. Anyways, I asked her if she really thinks it was something bad, and she says she just wants to go home, and she doesn't want to talk or want to be out in the woods alone for another night. So we decide to split up. The 4 that want to go can go, but I have to stay because I have the keys to the cabin and it's my uncle's and I have to lock up. I'm super pissed at this point because I feel people aren't taking this shit seriously. And I definitely didn't want to be out in the woods for another night. I spent the rest of the day trying to convince the rest of the people, now 4 girls and 4 guys, to get the fuck out of Dodge. Tanner leaves with them to go get a rifle and says he's going to be back. So there are just 7 of us left by 4 p.m. At around 5 p.m., he hasn't made it back yet, and we're getting extremely fucking antsy. The only reason I stopped begging them to leave was because he went to get a gun. At about 5:30 or so, the one cousin that didn't stay says that the girl, Kara, is outside. We all look outside, and sure enough, she's standing by the fire pit with her back to the cabin. I'm thinking to myself, if she was so fucking scared, then why the hell did she come back? And then I get this nasty feeling in my gut. Keeping in mind, the whole time the coppery smell has been gone. Now I realize I could smell just a twinge of it. I say this to the rest of them, everybody, and these are the people that wanted to stay in the fucking woods after we had the goddamn goat man in our midst. Is laughing at me, asking if I set this up to scare them. I'm looking at them like I'm not fucking bullshitting you at all right now. I asked them why the fuck I would play like that. So one of the girls goes outside to get Kara. She gets halfway to her and stops cold. Kara starts heaving. I don't know how the fuck to describe it. Sort of like if someone had, with their back turned, was laughing without actually making any sound. It was this fact that made me realize there was no fucking sound in the whole woods. It was dead silent. This was like late September, so it was still fairly hot at the time, but super chilly some days too. And if you could usually hear big ass geese honking, or some kind of birds and squirrels chit-chatting. I stepped out of the door to tell the girl to come back in the fucking trailer right goddamn now. She backs up into it, and we lock the fucking door. We pull down all the shades except one, and put a guy in a chair to watch Kara. She stands there for another 20 minutes or so. Eventually, the guy turns to say that she's still there, and there's a huge fucking bang on the door. We all jump the fuck up and scramble around the living room of the trailer. Banging up is super fucking loud. My cousin is holding the one of the girls, and the other two are kind of giggling with nervous laughter. Wait, and me and the other two guys are shitting bricks. Then we hear Tan. He's screaming, "Let me the fuck in! Stop playing!" We go over to the door and open it, and he stumbles in with the rifle. There's nobody else outside. Evidently, he had walked up to the campsite. Nothing weird happened in the forest, but he had seen a girl. Mind you, he said it was not Kara standing there. When he had gotten to the edge of the clearing, he had turned toward him with a she had turned toward him with a slack-jawed look and stared him down, slowly tracking him as he walked around the outside of the clearing towards the camp. He said it wasn't until he was almost halfway to the trailer that he had realized she was getting closer to him. She had started off by the fire, and without him even seeing her move, she had been turning, inching closer. He said he just ran the rest of the way back to the cabin, thinking it would open. When he got to the door, it was locked. He turned, and it was about half the distance to the door. He looks around the room and then gets super pale, pulls me to the side and whispers in my ear, "You know there are only seven of us here, right?" I get that feeling where your stomach drops to your nuts. It had been back in the trailer, or it had been back inside the trailer while we were sorting out who was going where. And then when we all went outside to talk earlier that day, it just slipped back in. We look out the window and there's nobody there, so we recount. And when I go over to ask everyone how many people were here earlier, and everybody said 8, I say, "Well, how many people are here now?" They all do a count and realize there are only 7 people in the cabin. Tan had brought back a couple boxes of ammo with his rifle. He said he had told his dad that there was some kind of animal in the forest because he didn't think he would believe him if he said it was the goat man. He says that his cousin is supposed to be coming down in a few hours, and that in the morning we can all go back to his place and his cousin will drive us home. Now, I'm really fucking terrified, but I at least feel better because we can be American and shoot the fuck out of whatever it is that comes back. But then my cousin gets into a huge argument with one of the girls because she thinks that I'm trying to be funny and prank them. She's getting really scared and thinks I'm not funny. He keeps telling her I'm not that kind of person, and she says, "Well, I don't know, how do we know the girl wasn't just Tanner in a wig? Or if it's really the goat man? How do we know that this is the real Tanner and that the goat man didn't kill Tanner in the woods and take his gun?" So we get into a huge fucking argument about this, where me and Tan are like, we could seriously be in danger because at the very least someone has been sneaking themselves into our fucking trailer without us knowing and mingling with us, and at worst something bad is in the forest fucking with us. One of the girls is crying and saying she wants to go right now, and we're trying to tell her we shouldn't because none of us are walking through the woods in the middle of the night. At this point, the sun is starting to go down and it's getting a little cloudy out. We eat something and turn the radio on for a while. But we can't really get a station out there with anything decent, so we turn it off. At about the time that Ted's cousin shows up, he was like 19, I think, now that the sun is just barely over the horizon, and he has one of those heavy-duty lantern flashlights and another rifle. He walks up to the trailer, and we whisper Tan, asking if he's sure that's his cousin. He says yes. The guy looks behind him, and all around the camp and walks in. He kind of glances at all of us, a little confused, and says, "Where's your buddy, or where's your other little buddy at? I figured he would meet up at the cabin. Is she a little slow or something?" He also asked whether we had been cooking blood in the cabin, because it smelled like blood and hot pans all the way up the trail. We were all like, "Fucking nope." We asked him what the fuck he's talking about with the girl he saw. He had come down the same trail Tan had been using and found one of you guys' buddies standing in the middle of the trail, looking at him slack-jawed. He had asked her a bunch of questions, but all she did was just look at him, then smiled, and he said he kept walking. She couldn't seem to keep up with him, and kept lagging a little bit behind. He said he asked her if she was hurt or something, and if she needed any help, but she had continued to stare. Eventually, he turned around at the bend in the trail, but when he went back to see if she was okay, the trail was empty. He had assumed she had taken some shortcut through the woods to get to our trailer. We tell him the whole story of what's been going on. I half expect him to say we were full of shit, but he just listened and sat down on one of the couches in the living room. Tanner's cousin gets back to the girl. He says that when she had kept trying to lag behind him, it had kind of weirded him the fuck out. So he had tried to keep her in front of him. But no matter how slow he walked, she was always lagging a little behind. She smelled this nasty smell, and it got stronger as he got to the camp. Eventually, it got really strong. She had said something really low that he didn't catch. And then he turned around. She had been right the fuck up on him. He stepped back away from her. It was at this point that he asked if she was okay. If she wasn't, he offered to carry her back to the rest of the way. She just kept staring. He said he reached out for her as if to grab her on the shoulder, but he must have misjudged the distance because she was off to the side or where he had his hand. Like she had moved while he was looking dead at her. So at this point, we know the shit's real. Unless Tan is playing a joke, which we can tell he's not because he's almost pissing his pants, they load the fuck up, or they load up their rifles, we eat some more, we just kind of sit around until about 11. To this fucking day, every time I think about this, I pray to God that it's some huge prank that my cousins played on me and just never revealed, so I would shit myself for the rest of my life. Around 11 o'clock, the stink of copper turned into actual gross blood-like smell. Like cooked blood and a singed hair tan. Or like cooked blood and singed hair. Dan and his cousin, Reese, get the fuck up and instantly grab their rifles. There's like a half knocking, half clawing at the door. And shit you not, there's a voice. It sounds like when you see those YouTube cats and dogs whose owners teach them how to talk. It says in this halting, weirdly toned voice, "Let me in, let me the fuck in, stop fucking playing." It made my fucking nuts creep up against my body. And one of the girls starts crying and calling for Jesus. It was so fucking obviously not a person talking, it didn't have the right cadence. That's some shit that I never realized until that moment. But all people have a certain cadence when they talk. No matter what language, all people have a certain kind of rhythm when talking. This shit didn't have any kind of cadence or rhythm. One of those YouTube cats, or One of those YouTube cats. What the? That's what the fucking, or that's what the fuck this sounded like outside the door. It sounded like this almost, or he links a YouTube link, but it's probably dead by now. But if you can't imagine how this shit sounded, then you can imagine how fucked the whole situation sounded. So now I'm in a full-on terror mode. We keep yelling outside, "Who is it? Stop fucking around, man." And it just keeps saying "in" or "let me the fuck in" for almost 15 minutes. Then the sound goes, or then the smell goes away for a while. And for the next hour or so, you can hear someone basically creeping around the woods and shit. Every couple of minutes, it comes back to the door and says something. Finally, the smell fades away at around 2 in the morning. Reese says, "Man, fuck this." Opens the door and walks outside with his rifle. He fires a shot into the air and says something about, to the effect of, "In the name of Jesus Christ, go away." He fires 2 more shots, and then from the woods, right up against the river across the trailer, it sounds like something is slowly gibbering and hooting. Then it starts screaming, and it sounds almost like a woman and a cat in a bag screaming together. Like, I seriously have never heard any shit like that. We can hear the brush over that way start to shake. Reese fires over into the tree line, and then starts backing up into the building. We lock the door, and we can hear this shit keening and screaming. Reese says something had come out of the bushes, super low to the ground, and crawling towards the cabin. He had shot at it. Pretty much that was how the rest of the night went. Literally constant screaming for the next 2 hours, and shit moving out into the tree line. But it never came back to the cabin until everyone had finally fallen asleep. Tan had been sitting in a chair, watching the door with his rifle. Nobody else had heard or saw this, but he told me 2 days later after the whole thing was over. He said that he had been nodding off after the screaming noises finally stopped. He had been almost asleep when he saw someone come out of the bathroom and lay down in the middle of the floor and go to sleep. He just assumed it was one of us and that a guy had nodded off. But he said he kind of realized something was wrong, and while pretending to be sleeping, he counted there was 9 people in the cabin. He didn't want to try shoot at the fucking thing and have it kill us all then and there, or have Reese wake up and start shooting at and us kill ourselves. So he had just stayed awake all night, pretending to be asleep. He said sometimes it would stand up and kind of do this weird jittery thing, or heave like it was laughing, but then it would lay back down. The story closes pretty weak, because from my perspective, nothing happened. When we woke, I noticed that Tan was a little jittery, and that he was avoiding looking at all of us. We ate some breakfast, packed up, and started walking to his house. He stayed in the cabin and said he'd lock up and bring me my uncle's keys. He told us to just start walking and he'd catch up, which I didn't really want to fucking do. We got a little bit up the path, and when he came running up, we just jogged back to the house. His cousin took us home. There was a window in the bathroom. Tan had gone back to lock up and make sure, and looked in there. We were too stupid to lock the screenless window, and it was fucking up. And it was fucking up when he went in there. I'm guessing it had been doing that all along, waiting for us to fall asleep and slip up and getting in among us. It walked with us all the goddamn way back to his house. And then he said it lagged to the back of the group and looked him dead in the eyes before walking into the woods. And that is the end of Anazi's goat story, or Goatman story. They said it was edited to improve grammar flow, but that was a fucking lie. Take a quick look at the messages. Habib Baphomet, fuck you. Habibit Abid Baphomet. I'm getting doxxed as a goat furry live on stream. Yes, you are. Because you're a goat and spell goat. We a hollering and a holding a bander, or maybe we weren't a bananer. You saw something jerking in the woods. Story about Blast, never mind it. I thought this was a green text. It was a green text, actually. And I am not proofreading. Rave has no rhythm. Fuck you. I can prove you wrong. Hey. What a wonderful kind of day. Learn to laugh and play. Get along with each other. Alright. We're going to take another break, and then we'll be going on to the final hour. So, settle in a little bit longer, refresh your snacks, and go to the bathroom. We'll be back in 15. We are back. I figured that might get your attention. Also, people, stop bullying Gord. It's bad enough we don't have sewer surfers to keep his attention. Or is it subway surfers? I don't know. Don't worry, we're working on a fix for that, Gord. Rave jump scare, holy shit, yes! Yee. I have 100,000 bed bucks. But let's keep this show rolling. So we're going to a couple more before we close things out. Our final hour. So we're going to go with Gateway of the Mind. In 1983, a team of deeply pious scientists conducted a radical experiment in an undisclosed facility. The scientists had theorized that a human without access to any senses or ways to perceive the stimuli would be able to perceive the presence of God. They believed that the five senses clouded our awareness of eternity, and without them, a human could actually establish contact with God by thought. An elderly man who claimed to have nothing to live for was the only test subject to volunteer. To purge him of all of his senses, the scientists performed a complex operation in which every sensory nerve connection to the brain was surgically severed. Although the test subject retained full muscular function, he could not see, hear, taste, smell, or feel, with no possible way to communicate with or even sense the outside world. He was alone with his thoughts. Scientists monitored him as he spoke aloud about his state of mind in jumbled, slurred sentences that he couldn't even hear. After 4 days, the man claimed to be hearing hushed, unintelligible voices in his head. Assuming it was onset psychosis, the scientists paid little attention to his concerns. 2 days later, the man cried that he could hear 2 days later, the man cried that he could hear his dead wife speaking to him, and even more, he could communicate back. The scientists were intrigued but not convinced until the subject started naming their dead relatives. He repeated personal information to them that only their dead spouses and parents would have known. At this point, a sizable portion of the scientists left the study. After a week of conversing with the deceased through his thoughts, the subject became distressed, saying the voices were overwhelming. Apparently, in every waking moment, his consciousness was being bombarded by hundreds of voices that refused to leave him alone. He frequently threw himself against the wall, trying to elicit a pain response, and begged the scientists for sedatives so he could escape the voices by sleeping. This tactic worked for 3 days, until he started having severe night terrors. He reportedly said that he could see and hear the deceased in his dreams. Only a day later, the subject began to scream and claw at his face, or at his non-functioning eyes, hoping to sense something in the physical world. Now hysterical, he said that the voices of the dead were deafening and hostile, speaking of hell and the end of the world. At one point he yelled, No heaven, no forgiveness! For 5 hours straight. He continually begged to be killed, but the scientists were convinced that he was close to establishing contact with God. After another day, the subject could no longer form coherent sentences. Seemingly mad, he started to bite off chunks of flesh from his arm. The scientists rushed into the chest chamber and restrained him to the table so he could not kill himself. After a few hours of being tied down, the subject halted his struggling and screaming. He stared blankly at the ceiling as teardrops silently streaked across his face. For 2 weeks, he had to be manually rehydrated due to the constant crying. Eventually, he turned his head, despite his blindness, made focused eye contact with the scientist for the first time in the study. He whispered, "I have seen God, and he abandoned us." And his vital signs stopped. There was no apparent cause of death. Short, to the point. But you can tell it's kind of a little dated in its storytelling. Thankfully, it didn't hyper-realistically bleed at us. Now, we're going to move on to doors. I was adopted. Never knew my real mother. Rather, I knew her at one time, but I left her side when I was too little to remember. I loved my adopted family, though. They were so kind to me. I ate well, lived in a warm and comfortable house, and got to stay up pretty late. Let me tell you about my family real fast. First, there's my mother. I never called her Mom or anything like that. I just called her by her first name, Janice. She didn't mind that at all. Though. I called her that for so long I don't think she even noticed. However, she was a very kind woman. I think that she was the one who recommended my adoption in the first place. Sometimes I would lay my head against her in front of the television and she would tickle my back with her nails. She was one of those Hollywood mothers. Second, there's my dad. His real name is Richard, but he never really liked it that much, so I began to refer to him as Dad, in a desperate attempt to gain his affection. It didn't work. I think that no matter what I called him, he would never love me as much as his own child. That's understandable, so I really didn't press the matter. The most notable attribute of Dad was his unmoving sternness. He was not afraid to discipline his children when they did something wrong. I found that out before I could use the restroom properly. He didn't hesitate to spank me. I'm in line now, and it's because of his methods. Lastly is my sister. Little Emily was really young when I was adopted, but we were about the same age, but she was slightly older. I like to think of her as my little sister, though. We got along better than any siblings could. We would always stay up late together and just talk. Well, she did a lot of the talking. I mostly just listened to her, because I loved her. It was a great setup that we had. We were short on bedrooms, so because I didn't want to sleep in the living room by myself when I was littler, I had had a pallet set up next to her on the floor. This is where I have slept since. But it was cool with me because I enjoyed being with her and had always felt pretty protective of my little sis. Everything changed that horrible Wednesday night. I was at home taking a nap when little Emily opened the front door. The sound of it pulled me out of my state of consciousness, and I walked from the room down to the hall to the living room. That's when I first remembered it was Wednesday. I was never good with keeping track of what day it was. Actually, I'll just go ahead and say it. My sense of time was horrible. But nevertheless, I knew it was Wednesday. Because Emily had just come home from her church's youth group gathering. She walked in the front door and hugged me, and was then followed by Dad and Janice. "Have a good nap," Janice said teasingly as she ruffled my hair. I just shook my head away and snorted in a manner that clearly expressed I was teasing her back. Don't you snort at your mother like that," said my father gruffly with authority. He shut the door behind him and hung his coat. I was clearly joking, I growled under my breath. He must have not have heard me because I didn't feel him smack me. Emily then proceeded to our room, and I followed. She started telling me about her day, usual teenage girl stuff. But I listened so that she would feel better. After her summary, she suggested watching TV. I obliged and jumped onto the couch, and she was going for the remote. She rolled her eyes at my little brother-like immaturity, scooted me over and sat me down. The TV turned on, and we watched it together until the sun went down. Emily was that kind of girl. Instead of watching cartoons and soap operas, would rather watch Discovery and Animal Planet and National Geographic. I liked those too, so I didn't mind. Actually, they were the only channels that could hold my attention. So it got late, and Janice walked up behind the sofa. Emily, it's past your bedtime. Turn off the televisions and go to your room. You too. She pointed at me. Emily switched off the program, and we were watching begrudgingly and stood up. She started down the hallway to our room. As I followed, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. We went into our room. Emily turned off the light. Just as she did, I caught a flash of movement from the corner of my eye. It was out the window, but as soon as I redirected my line of sight to where the window was no longer in my peripheral vision, what it was that I thought I saw was gone. I still remained alert, for my sister's sake. I lay there in the darkness, nothing but a thin ray of light from the street lamp outside to illuminate the room. It wasn't much. Time and time again, I could have sworn that I heard the subtle sounds just outside the window. A twig break, leaves crunching, clothes jostling. All the while, I could smell the faint stench of sweat and blood. I kept my eyes open most of the night. The sounds outside subsided and the smell left my nose. I began to feel at ease. My eyelids closed. Not long after that, I heard a very loud crash at the other side of the house. I was up in an instant. There's someone in the house! I barked. And then with extreme adrenaline coursing through my veins, wake up! I shrilly pleaded with Emily. She did. And as soon as I saw her sit up, I ran to my parents' room. Dad was dead. His neck was splayed open and was gasping with blood off the bed, and onto the floor. I saw that the master bedroom door was closed, and just before it, on the outside, was a man. A man I don't feel comfortable calling it that. He was very large and rugged. He turned around and saw me, and that's when I saw him accurately for the first time. I won't forget it. His eyes were large and beady and trapped with lust. He was styling a beard that was badly unkempt, with blood dripping off. His clothes were dirty, and his face was cold. Just then, I noticed the horrid smell of the sweat and blood from earlier, but this time it was overwhelming. He saw me and grinned, and then with a set of crooked yellow teeth. That smile threw me off. I thought I was going to die, but then he turned back to the bathroom door, completely unperturbed by my presence. I was terrified and I didn't know what to do. I just yelled and cried, watching as he shouldered through the door that was my mom's only protection. I watched still as he raised the large razor that he was carrying, but had obviously neglected to properly use. He had sliced her open and tore her to shreds. I then heard something. The last thing that I wanted to hear. Emily's scream coming from behind me. The large monstrosity looked up from my butchered mother and stared at my little sister. I was distraught. He stood up and started walking quickly towards us. My sis turned and ran, and I was at a loss when he bypassed me and went straight after her. Why was she still in the house? Had she not assessed the situation and ran? Apparently not. Now she was dead, and I was alone. I ran after them both. I expected the man to kill her as he had the rest of the family, but I was mistaken. He grabbed her by the arm and jerked her as a way to make it clear that he was in control. He dragged her through the house. I was making all the noise I could, hoping and praying that someone would come to my aid, but he mustn't take her, not her. As he passed me, I backed against the wall and whimpered in terror. Why? He didn't respond, except by putting his free hand on my head, while Emily screamed in the other, saying, "Good boy." He gave another crooked grin and a very cold and unnatural laugh. I followed him to the door, where he dragged my helpless sister after him. He opened it, pulled her out, and slammed it shut behind him. I'm now sitting in the house with my mutilated adopted parents, shivering and whimpering with dismay. He's out there with her, doing who knows what to her, and I can't do anything. I would if I could, but I can't. I would chase after them in a heartbeat, but I can't. I sit here looking at the door. I look down at my paws. If only I could open doors. Alright, and that was Doors. Bit shorter than expected. Dog. So let's find another. If only I could. Let me actually catch up in chat real quick. Can we ban Blast for not engaging in this mug moment? Yeah, Blast, that's a warning. You cannot disparage mug, especially when there's a certified mug moment in the process. Don't worry about it. Being deprived of my senses would be a nightmare, but worth it if I could only drink mug again. Okay, that's better. It is Wednesday in California. She's not like other girls. Hashtag. Let's see. Reality TV and pseudoscience, baby. If only I could open doors, but I can't because I'm a furry. Screams in terror. It's a furry! You will never catch me alive, copper. If I could only open doors. I unfortunately have weird greasy hands and the doorknobs slip out of my hands. Yeah, you're Tommy Butterfingers. Let's draw up another classic. Oh. Oh cool, it got removed from the wiki because it got put in an anthology. And published into a show. Are you fucking kidding me? Y'all have doors? I've been stuck in this room for years now. Well, you're actually just stuck in the basement. We took the stairs. I forgot there was a creepypasta anthology show. Yeah, apparently called Channel Zero. Ed, what happened to your stairs? I'm grounded, Ed. Double D. Nope, we can't do that one anymore. Thanks, copyright laws. That one actually looks stupid. Let's see. Let's see. What are these? This wiki sucks. We always just run into this stall where we can't find anything. Last year, though, we read the amazing Friends series of stories. It's too bad we didn't get something like that tonight, but you know how it goes. What? No. Not. Why would it let me have edit privileges? What? Actually, let's try. Pirates of the Caribbean. Why? That will take us beyond time. Alright. No end house. We could see about that one. I don't think we did that one. That's the one where the kid, or they're offered $500 to get through the house in all nine of its stages. Yeah, we could do that. How about the necrophilia shadow me fanfic? No thank you. What the fuck? Yeah, I think we got a ban generic for that. Alright, let's do No Ed House. Let me start by saying that Peter Terry was addicted to heroin. We were friends in college and continued to be after I graduated. Notice how I said I. How he dropped out after 2 years of barely cutting it. After I moved out of the dorms and into a small apartment, I didn't see Peter as much. We would talk online every now and then. AIM was king in pre-Facebook years. There was a period where he wasn't online for about 5 weeks straight. I wasn't worried. He was probably a notorious flake, or he was a pretty notorious flake and a drug addict, so I assumed he just stopped caring. Then one night, I saw him log on. Before I could initiate conversation, he sent me a message. David, we need to talk. That was when he told me about the No End House. Excuse me, indigestion. Getting really hungry. It got that name because no one had ever reached the final exit. The rules were pretty simple and cliche. Reach the final room of the building and you win $500. There were 9 rooms in all. The house was located outside the city, roughly 4 miles from my house. Apparently, Peter had tried and failed. He was a heroin and who knows what the fuck addict. So I figured the drugs got the best of him and he wigged out at the paper ghost or something. So he told me it would be too much for anyone. That was unnatural. I didn't believe him. I told him I would check it out the next night. And no matter how hard he tried to convince me otherwise, $500 sounded too good to be true. I had to go. I set out on the following night. When I arrived, I immediately noticed something strange about the building. Have you ever seen or read something that shouldn't be scary, but for some reason a chill crawls up your spine? I walked towards the building and the feeling of uneasiness only intensified as I opened the front door. My heart slowed and I let out a relieved sigh as I entered. The room looked like a normal hotel lobby, decorated for Halloween. A sign was posted in place of a worker. It read, Room 1, this way. 8 more to follow. Reach the end and you win. I chuckled and made my way to the first door. This was the first area was almost laughable. The decor resembled a Halloween aisle of a Kmart, complete with sheet ghosts and animatronic zombies that gave static growl when you passed by them. At the far end was an exit. It was the only door besides the one I entered through. I brushed through the fake spider webs and headed over to the second room. I was greeted by a fog as I opened the door to room 2. The room definitely upped the ante in terms of technology. Not only was there a fog machine, but a bat hung from the ceiling and flew in a circle. Scary. They seemed to have Halloween soundtrack that one would find at a 99-cent store on loop somewhere in the room. I didn't see a stereo, but I guess it must have been on the PA system. I stepped over a few toy rats and wheeled around and walked with a puffed chest across to the next area. I reached the doorknob and my heart sank to my knees. I did not want to open that door. A feeling of dread hit me so hard that I couldn't even think. Logic overtook me after a few terrified moments, and I shook it off and entered the next room. Room 3 is where things began to change. On the surface, it looked like a normal room. There was a chair in the middle of the room. There was a chair in the middle of a wood-paneled floor. A single lamp in the corner did a poor job of lighting the area, casting a few shadows on the wall or on the floor and the walls. That was the problem. Shadows, plural. With the exception of the chairs, there were others. I barely walked in the door, and I was already terrified. It was at that moment that I knew something wasn't right. I didn't even think as I automatically tried to open the door I came through. it was locked from the other side. This set me off. Was someone locking the doors as I progressed? There was no way. I would have heard them. Was it a mechanical lock that set automatically? Maybe. But I was just too scared to really think. I turned back to the room, and the shadows were gone. The chair shadow remained, and the others were gone. I slowly began to walk. I was hallucinating. They really need to do some grammar and spell checks in here, because it just says I was hallucinate. No, it was I was hallucinating when I was a kid. So I wrote it up. So I wrote off the shadows as a figment of my imagination. I began to feel better as I made my way, or I made it halfway point of the room. I looked down and saw my steps when I saw it, or didn't see it. My shadow wasn't there. I didn't have any time to scream. I ran as fast as I could to the other door and flung myself through without thinking of the room beyond. The fourth room was possibly the most disturbing. As I closed the door, all the light seemed to be sucked out and put back into the previous room. I stood there, surrounded by darkness, not able to move. I'm not afraid of the dark, and never have been, but I was absolutely terrified. All sight had left me. I held my hand in front of my face, and I didn't know what I was doing. I would never have been able to tell. Darkness doesn't describe it. I couldn't hear anything. It was dead silence. When you're in a soundproof room, you can still hear yourself breathing. You can hear yourself being alive. I couldn't. I began to stumble forward for a few moments, my rapidly beating heart the only thing that I could feel. There was no door in sight. I wasn't even sure there was one this time. The silence was broken by a low hum. I felt something behind me. I spun around wildly and could barely even see my nose. I knew it was there, though, regardless of how dark it was. I knew something was there. The hum grew louder, closer. It seemed to surround me, but I knew whatever was causing the noise was in front of me, inching closer. I took a step back. I had never felt that kind of fear. I can't really describe true fear. I wasn't even scared I was going to die. I was scared of what the alternative was. I was afraid of what this thing had in store for me. Then the lights flashed for a second and I saw it. Nothing. I saw nothing. I know I saw nothing there. The room was again plunged into darkness and the hum began a wild screech. I screamed in protest. I couldn't hear this goddamn sound for another minute. I ran backwards, away from the noise, and I fumbled with the door handle. I turned and fell into room 5. Before I describe room 5, you have to understand something. I am not a drug addict. I have no history of drug abuse or any psychosis short of the childhood hallucinations I mentioned earlier. And those were only when I was really tired or just waking up. I entered No End House with a clear head. After falling from the previous room, my view of the room was 5 was from my back. Looking up at the ceiling, what I saw didn't scare me, it simply surprised me. Trees had grown into the room and towered above my head. The ceilings in this room were taller than the other roofs, which made me think I was in the center of the house. I got up off of the floor, dusted myself off, and took a look around. It was definitely the biggest room of them all. I couldn't even see the door where I was. Various bushes and brush and trees had blocked my path, my line of sight to the exit. Up to this point, I figured the rooms were going to get scarier. This was a paradise compared to the last room. I also assumed whatever that was in this room, or was in room 4, stayed back there. I was incredibly wrong. As I made my way deeper into the house, I began to hear what... sorry, my voice is starting to give out. I began to hear what one would hear if they were in a forest. Chirping bugs and an occasional flap of birds seemed to be my only company. That was the thing that bothered me the most. I heard bugs and other animals, but I didn't see any of them. I began to wonder how big this house was. From the outside, when I first walked up to it, it looked large. It looked like a regular house. It was definitely on the bigger side, but there was almost an entire forest in there. The canopy covered my view of the ceiling, but I assumed it was still there, however high it was. I couldn't see any walls either. The only way I knew I was inside was the floor matched the other rooms, with the standard dark wood paneling. It's not paneling, it's flooring. I kept walking, hoping that the next tree I passed would reveal a door. After a few moments of walking, I felt a mosquito fly onto my arm. I shook it off and kept going. A second later, I felt 10 more land on my skin. I felt them crawl up and down my arms and legs, and a few made their way across my face. I flailed loudly to get them off, but they kept crawling. I looked down and let out a muffled scream. More of a whimper, to be honest. I didn't see a single bug. Not one bug was on me, but I could feel them crawl. I heard them fly by my face, sitting on my skin, or sting my skin. But I couldn't see a single one. I dropped to the ground and began to roll wildly. I was desperate. I hated bugs, especially ones that I couldn't see or touch. What? But these bugs could touch me, and they were everywhere. I began to crawl. I had no idea where I was going. The entrance was nowhere in sight. I still hadn't even seen the exit, so I just crawled. My skin was wriggling with the presence of those phantom bugs. And after what seemed like hours, I found a door. I grabbed the nearest tree and popped myself up, mindlessly slapping my arms, and with no avail. I tried to run, but I couldn't. My body was exhausted from crawling and dealing with whatever it was that was on me. I took a few shaky steps to the door, grabbing each tree on the way for support. It was only a few feet away when I heard it, a low hum from the low hum from before. It was coming from the next room, and it was deeper. I could almost feel it inside my body. Like when you stand next to an amp at a concert. The feeling of the bugs on me lessened as the hum grew louder. As I placed my hand on the doorknob, the bugs were completely gone, but I couldn't bring myself to turn the knob. I knew that if I let go, the bugs would return. And there was no way I would make it back to room 4. I just stood there, my head pressed against the door, marked 6, and my hand shakily grasping the knob. The hum was so loud, I couldn't even hear myself pretend to think. There was nothing I could do but move on. Room 6 was next, and room 6 was hell. I closed the door behind me, my eyes held shut, and my ears ringing. Oof. Sorry guys, just a wave of exhaustion just hit me. Closed the door behind me, my eyes held shut, ears ringing, the hum of was surrounding me. As the door clicked in place, the hum was gone. I opened my eyes in surprise as I shut the door. As I had shut was gone. It was just a wall now. I looked around in shock. The room was identical to room 3. The same chair and lamp, but with the correct amount of shadows this time. The only real difference was that there was a no exit door, and the one I came in through was gone. As I said, I had no previous issues in terms of mental instability. But at that moment, I fell into what I know was insanity. I didn't scream, I didn't make a sound. At first I scratched softly, the wall was tough, but I knew the door was there somehow. I just knew it was. I scratched at where the doorknob was. I clawed at the wall frantically with both hands, the nails being filed down to the skin against the wood. I fell silently to my knees. The only sound in the room, the incessant scratching against the wall. I knew it was there. The door was there. I knew it was there. I knew if I could just get past the wall. Are you all right? I jumped off the ground and spun. In one motion, I leaned against the wall and behind me and saw that it was that spoke to me. To this day, I regret turning around. It was a little girl. She was wearing a soft white dress that went down to her knees. She had long blonde hair to the middle of her back and white skin and blue eyes. She was the most frightening thing I've ever seen, and I know that girls frighten me too. And I know that nothing in my life will ever be as unnerving as what I saw in her. While looking at her, I saw something else. There, where she stood, I saw what looked like a man's body, only larger than normal and covered in hair. He was naked from head to toe, but his head was not human and his toes were hooves. It wasn't the devil, but at that moment, it might have been, or it might as well have been. The form had the head of a ram and the snout of a wolf. It was horrifying and synonymous with the little girl in front of me. They were the same form. I can't really describe it, but I saw them at the same time. They shared the same spot in the room, but it was like looking at two separate dimensions. When I saw this girl, I saw the form, and when I saw the form, I saw the girl. I couldn't speak. I could barely even see. My mind was revolting against what it was attempting to process. I had been scared before in my life, and I had been more scared than I've never been scared more than when I was trapped in the 4th room. This was room 6. I just stood there staring at whatever it was that spoke to me. There was no exit. I was trapped here with it. And then it spoke again. David, you should have listened. When it spoke, I heard the words of the little girl, but the other form spoke through my mind in a voice I won't attempt to describe. There was no other sound. The voice just kept repeating the sentence over and over in my head, and I agreed. I didn't know what to do. I was slipping into madness, yet I couldn't take my eyes off of what was in front of me. I dropped to the floor, and I thought I passed out, but the room wouldn't let me. I wanted it to end. I was on my side, my eyes wide open, and the form staring down at me. Scurrying across the floor in front of me was one of the battery-powered rats from the 2nd room. The house was toying with me. For some reason, seeing that rat pulled my mind back from whatever depths I had heeded. I looked around the room. I was getting out of here. I was determined to escape the house and live and never think about this place again. I knew this room was hell, and I wasn't ready to take up residency. At first, it was just my eyes that moved. I searched the walls for any kind of opening. The room wasn't that big, so it didn't take long to soak up the entire layout. The demon still taunted me, the voice growing louder as the form stayed rooted where it stood. I placed my hand on the floor, lifted myself up and to all four, and turned to scan the wall behind me. When I saw something I couldn't believe. The form was right at my back, whispering into my mind about how I shouldn't have come. I felt its breath on the back of my neck, but I refused to turn around. A large rectangle was scratched into the wood, with a small dent chipped away at the center of it. Right in front of my eyes, I saw the large 7 I had mindlessly etched into the wall. I knew what it was. Room 7 was just beyond the wall, where Room 5 was moments ago. I don't know how I had done it. Maybe it was just my state of mind at the time, but I had created the door. I knew it, I had. In my madness, I had scratched into the wall what I needed most. An exit from the room. Room 7 was close. I knew the demon was right behind me. For some reason, it couldn't touch me. I closed my eyes and placed both hands on the large 7 in front of me, and I pushed. Pushed as hard as I could. The demon was now screaming in my ear. It told me I was never leaving. It told me that this was the end, but I wasn't going to die. I was going to live there in room 6 with it. I wasn't. I pushed and screamed at the top of my lungs. I knew I was going to push through the wall eventually. I clenched my eyes shut and screamed. The demon was gone. I was left in silence. I turned around slowly and was greeted by the room. And it was, when I entered, just a lamp and a chair. I couldn't believe it, but I didn't have time to waste. I turned back to the 7 and jumped back slightly. What I saw was a door. It wasn't the one I had scratched, but a regular one with a large 7 on it. My whole body was shaking. It took me a while to turn the knob. I just stood there for a while, staring at the door. I couldn't stay in room 6. I couldn't. But if this was only room 6, I couldn't imagine what it says. Imagine was 7. It should say imagine what 7 had in store. I must have stood there for an hour, just staring at the 7. Finally, with a deep breath, I twisted the knob and I opened the door to room 7. I stumbled through the door, mentally and physically exhausted. The door behind me was closed and I realized where I was. I was outside. Not outside like room 5, but actually outside. My eyes stung. I wanted to cry. I fell to my knees and I tried, but I couldn't. I was finally out of that hell. I didn't even care about the prize that I was promised. I turned and saw the door I just went through was the entrance. I walked to my car and drove home, thinking about how a nice shower sounded. I knew the demon was right behind me. For some reason, lost my place. As I pulled up to my house, I felt uneasy. The joy of leaving No End House had faded, and dread was slowly building in my stomach. I shook it off as a residual from the house and made my way to my front door. I entered and immediately went up to my room. There on my bed was my cat, Baskerville. He was the first thing I had seen all night, and I reached down to pet him. He hissed and swiped at my hand. I recoiled in shock, as he had never acted like that before. I thought, whatever, he's an old cat. I jumped in the shower and got ready for what was expected to be a sleepless night. After my shower, I went to the kitchen to make something to eat. I descended the stairs and turned into the family room. What I saw would forever be in my mind forever. My parents were lying on the ground naked and covered in blood. Oh boy, they had a kinky sex party. They had been mutilated to near unidentifiable states. Okay, how you know if it was your parents then? Their limbs had been removed and placed next to their bodies, and their heads sat on their chests facing me. Most unsettling part was their expressions. They were smiling, as though they were happy to see me. I vomited and sobbed there in the family room. I didn't know what had happened. They didn't even live with me at the time. I was a mess. Then I saw it. The door that was never there before. A door with a large 8 scrawled on it in blood. I was still in the house. I was just standing in the family room, but I wasn't in room 7. The faces of my parents smiled wider as I realized this. They weren't my parents. They couldn't be, but they looked exactly like them. The door marked 8 was across the room, behind the mutilated bodies, in front of me. I knew I had to move on, but at that moment I gave up. The smiling faces tore into my mind. They grounded me where I stood. I vomited again and nearly collapsed. Then the hum returned. It was louder than it was ever before and shook the walls. The hum compelled me forwards. I began to move slowly, making my way closer to the door and the bodies. I could barely stand, let alone walk, and the closer I got to my parents, the closer I came to suicide. The walls were now shaking so hard it seemed as though they were going to crumble, but still the faces smiled at me. As I inched closer, their eyes followed me. I was now between the 2 bodies, a few feet away from the door. The dismembered hands clawed their ways across the carpet towards me, all while the faces continued to stare. New terror washed over me and I walked faster. I didn't want to hear them speak. I didn't want the voices to match those of my parents. They began to open their mouths and the hands were inches from my feet. In a dash of desperation, I lunged to the door and threw it open and slammed it right behind me. Room 8. I was done. After what I had experienced, I knew there wasn't anything else this fucking house could throw at me that I couldn't live through. There was nothing short of the fires of hell that I wasn't ready for. Unfortunately, I underestimated the abilities of No End House. Unfortunately, things got more disturbing and more terrifying and more unspeakable in Room 8. I still have trouble believing what I saw in Room 8. Again, the room was a carbon copy of Rooms 3 and 6, but sitting in the usually empty chair was a man. After a few seconds of disbelief, my mind finally accepted the fact that the man sitting in the chair was me, not someone who looked like me. It was David Williams. I walked closer. I had to get a better look. Even though I was sure of it, he looked at me and I noticed the tears in his eyes. Please don't do it. Please don't hurt me. What? I asked, who are you? I'm not gonna hurt you. Yes, you are. He was sobbing now. You're going to hurt me and I don't want you to. He sat in the chair with his legs up and began to rock back and forth. It was actually pretty pathetic looking, especially since he was me, identical in every way. Listen, who are you? I was now only feet away from the doppelganger. It was the weirdest experience yet, standing next to myself, or staying there talking to myself. I wasn't scared, but I would be soon. Why are you? You're going to hurt me! You're going to hurt me! You're going to leave me! You're going to hurt me! Why are you saying this? Just calm down, right? Let's try to figure this out. And then I saw it. David, sitting down, was wearing the same clothes as me, except a small red patch on his shirt embroidered with the number 9. You're going to hurt me! You're going to hurt me! Don't, please, you're going to hurt me! My eyes didn't leave the small number on his chest. I knew exactly what it was. The first few doors were plain simple, but after a while they got more ambiguous. 7 was scratched into the wall, but by my own hands. 8 was marked in blood above the bodies of my parents, but 9, this number was on a person, a living person. Worse still, it was on a person that looked exactly like me. David? I had to ask. Yes, you're gonna hurt me, you're gonna hurt me! He continued to sob and rock. He answered to David. He was me, right down to the voice. But that 9, I paced around for a few moments while he sobbed in his chair. The room had no door, similarly to room 6. The door I had came through was gone. For some reason, I assumed that scratching would get me nowhere this time. I studied the walls and the floor, around the chair, sticking my head underneath and see if anything was below. Unfortunately, there was. Below there was a knife. Attached to it the tag, to David, from management. Aw, that's sweet of them. Feeling in my stomach as I read the tag was something sinister. I felt like throwing up. Because the last thing I wanted to do was remove that knife from under the chair. The other David was still sobbing uncontrollably. My mind was spinning into an attic of unanswerable questions. Who put this here and how did they get my name? Not to mention the fact that I knelt on the cold wood floor. I also sat on the chair, sobbing in protest of being hurt by myself. It was all too much to process. The house and the management had been playing with me this whole time. My thoughts got up, and for some reason I turned to Peter, and whether or not he got this far, or if he did, if he met a Peter Terry sobbing in this very chair, rocking back and forth, I shook those thoughts out of my head. They didn't matter. I took the knife from under the chair, and immediately the other Dave went quiet. David, he said in my voice, what do you think you're going to do? I lifted myself from the ground and clutched the knife in my hand. Excuse me. I'm going to get out of here. David was still sitting in the chair, though he was very calm now. He looked at me with a slight grin. I couldn't tell if he was going to laugh or strangle me. Slowly he got up from his chair, stood, facing me. It was uncanny. His height and even the way he stood matched mine. I felt the rubber hilt of the knife in my hand and gripped it tighter. I don't know what I was planning to do, but I was going to need it. Now, he said, or his voice was slightly deeper than my own. I'm going to hurt you. I'm going to hurt you, and I'm going to keep you here. I didn't respond. I just lunged and tackled him to the ground. I mounted him and looked down, the knife poised and ready. He looked at me, terrified. It was like I was looking into a mirror. Then the hum returned, a low and distant, though I still felt it deep in my body. David looked up at me as I looked down to myself. The hum was growing. The hum was getting louder, and I felt something inside. I felt something inside me snap. With one motion, I slammed the knife into the patch on his chest and ripped down. Blackness fell on the room, and I was falling. The darkness around me was like nothing I experienced up to that point. Room 4 was dark, but it didn't come close to what was completely engulfing me. I wasn't even lost, suppressed, or depressed, or suicidal. The sight of my parents entered my mind. I knew it wasn't real, but I had seen it. And the mind was has trouble differentiating between what is real and what isn't. The sadness only deepened. I was in room 9 now, or I was in room 9 for what seemed like days, the final room. And that's exactly what it was. The end. No end house. Had an end, and I had reached it. At that point, I gave up. I knew I would be in that in-between state forever, accompanied by nothing but darkness. Not even the hum was there to keep me sane. I had lost all senses. I couldn't feel myself. I couldn't hear anything. Sight was completely useless here. I searched for a taste in my mouth and found nothing. I felt disembodied and completely lost. I knew where I was. This was hell. Room 9 was hell. Then it happened. A light. One of those stereotypical lights at the end of the tunnel. I fell to the ground. I felt the ground come up from below me, and I was standing. After a moment or two of gathering my thoughts and senses, I slowly walked toward the light. As I approached the light, it took form. It was a vertical slit down the side of the unmarked door. I slowly walked through the door and found myself back to where I stood, the lobby of the No End House. It was exactly how I felt, it still empty. Or how I left it, still empty. Still decorated with childish Halloween decorations. After everything that had happened that night, I was still wary of where I was. After a few moments of normalcy, I looked back at the place, trying to find anything different. On the desk was a plain white envelope with my name on it. Immensely curious yet cautious, I mustered up the courage and opened up the envelope. Inside was a letter, again handwritten. David Williams, congratulations! You have made it to the end of No End House. Please accept this prize as token of great achievement. Yours forever, Management. With the letter were 5 $100 bills. I couldn't stop laughing. I laughed for what seemed like hours. I laughed as I walked out to my car, and I laughed as I drove home. I laughed as I pulled into my driveway. I laughed as I opened the front door to my house, and as I saw a small 10 etched into the door. And that is the end of No End House. Well, apparently there are sequels, but it's better off if it's just left here. Catch up on chat. I guess that's how this bitch of an earth, I guess that's how it be on this bitch of an earth. Yeah, I'm sorry, Gorgon Iraq, you gotta get banned. That made me laugh so loud, thank you. Same. Was hallucinating. The Phantom Bugs, Metal Gear 5. God damn it. The bugs are back! Slam down an energy drink. It's almost midnight. I'm sure you won't regret it. Ugh. Are you alright? Does he look alright? Let's hope Mr. Beast doesn't find out about this and make a YouTube video about people going through it for $10,000. I think he's got bigger problems now with like the whole another thing popped up. He's been doing like a form of insider trading with cryptocurrency. Listen, we oh man, I lost my place in the chat. I'm so tired. Listen, we cope how we gotta. And once again, nothing. The nothing hell. Woof. $500 in this economy? Shit. Send me that address. Holy shit. The sequel's fucking sick. I'm reading them now. Don't bother. Okay. So fucking suck. Yeah, I figured like it. Usually like a sequel to any of these is either unwarranted or just sucks. This was fun. You skipped both my puns. Shame. I'm sorry. I know it's hallucinate. I'm just so tired. But It is now 12:05, and it is officially the end of Spooky Month. We are now in November. So, thanks everyone for coming. Kamir runs streams something every night, 10 o'clock Eastern, 7 o'clock Pacific. Tune in tomorrow for more go to bed fun. Happy Halloween, and in the meantime, good night and go to bed.